and essentially everything then feeds off that and cross-references. So our colleagues, there's less confusion in the system, less confusion within our delivery teams, and a real engagement around frontline colleagues as we go through, so it resonates in what they do on a day-to-day basis. I'd also like to, I'm really pleased to say that some of the work that we've started doing with Jane Trauman and colleagues, and so the examples, again, drawing on what Carol said, the example around Ennismon colleagues, the engagement officers, all of that has culminated, pleased to say, for October, and I've had this hot off the press, the pathway of care delays for October, we've actually hit our targets, and in fact, we are 11 better than the trajectory that we set. That just goes to show that it is possible. Now, that's through a lot of hard work, a lot of partnership working, and that continued effort. But these little steps and little green shoots are really important for the system in terms of we're doing the right thing, let's do more, and consistently, and also for colleagues who work tirelessly day in, day out. From a financial perspective, and obviously really important for us to ensure that we are tracking that we are spending money, particularly further, faster monies, the 6 goals monies in the right way and focusing on the right things that are sustainable rather than more of the symptom management. So there is going to be an ongoing review of how we spend that money, including the regional improvement funds as well. And working very closely with Russ and colleagues around that financial tracking. And for assurance purposes, just to end there, we will have a monthly formal review of the winter plan and how we're progressing with that. And on a weekly basis with the Welsh Government, there will be Friday meetings that will be going on just around more of the operational tactical elements. So I will end there, Chair, and I'll obviously open up to any questions and comments.
Very comprehensive report. Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw gwestiynau sylwadau? Gynta at Urtha, wedyn Claire, wedyn nawn ni ddod at David.
Yeah, thank you, Imran. That's really interesting. It's good to hear you speak to it as well, because obviously that brings it more alive. I've got a question around people learning more about not going straight to ED if they've got a problem. And obviously that's relevant to adults, but I also wondered how that communication could be shared with schools and colleges, looking at, embedding learning and taking it into the future. So that was a question I'd just like to raise, if it could be looked at, how could that be shared with schools and colleges?
I'll hold that for a second. Yeah, I'm sure there's some more questions and comments, so yeah. Claire, next.
I'll start with some positives. Right, this plan is absolutely more robust than the plan that we considered last winter. So thank you. Really good to see the work developing in this area. I guess my questions are about, winter's here now. So it is very late. So again, really pleasing to hear that you expect that next winter we'll be looking at the winter planning before the winter rather than as it's about to start. When I triangulate this paper with the one that we're going to look at next, Chair, which is the paper about our progress on the annual plan, I guess my question to us as a board is, the winter plan is strong on ambition, so it should be, but my question is about our confidence levels around our ability to deliver this plan, because if you take the next item down, we have read in terms of our progress on a number of areas that are also actions within this plan. So if we've not made the progress with them as annual plan actions that we expected to, and they are things that will affect our ability to respond to the winter pressures, then there is something for me about this might be, I'm speaking bluntly, a great plan, but how far will we be able to fulfill its ambitions? And some of the things that the report kind of identifies as a prerequisite, like people not coming to A&E unless they need to, people staying in care homes if that's the most appropriate place for them and not coming into hospital, not having any impact on planned care. They're, of course, all the things that we wish to aspire to do. But in my time on this board, our progress in making those changes is much, much slower than we would like it to be. So I think perhaps that's also part of the comments around this, that we're at the start of a journey here, really, to make some very big changes. And we do need to be realistic about during this winter, how far we will get with those ambitions.
Good point. And that speaks to a little bit about the conversation we had yesterday as a board, doesn't it? About performance and measuring and monitoring and seeing hard evidence of progress. So I think that's a really timely point. Dwi'n meddwl nesaf mae Rhian wedyn Dyfed, a wedyn nawn ni fynd at Billy, a wedyn Chris.
Thank you. I think my main points were really echoing what Claire said. It just struck me about, we're talking about trying to divert people away from ED into MIUs. Again, it's not clear what MIUs are open, where, how many days a week, what are their hours, and other places, you know. So I think there are things we need to do, and it's a comms thing, but B, is it something we should be working towards some sort of homogeneity? You know, can we make it the same across the piece so that ambulances know what's going to be open, that they don't drive past A because they know that B is open. So I think there's an issue about that front end. The other point about care homes, you know, I'm quite interested in care homes, and I wonder, it's the safest option for a care home is to send for an ambulance. Anything happens, they call an ambulance. Now, how are you going to overcome that? Is there work going on with Social Care Wales, who is involved with training? Is there work going on with Care Inspectorate Wales, who actually goes into the care homes? Because there's such a mixed bag, aren't they, care homes? You've got the hedge-funded sort of care homes, and you've got the family small ones, and trying to get the message across to that huge audience is a difficult one. And then I think my last one really was, as Claire says, we're in winter. So how many of these things are aspirational or are actually happening now, like delivery of a 24/7 integrated urgent care service? Where are we on it? You know, discharge earlier in the day and at weekends. Are these things actually happening now? So it's the before to actually now, where are we on these things?
Rhian, I know Angela will want to come in on the nursing aspect. I'm sure I'll make sure you're able to do that as well. But Dyfed ti nesa?
Diolch. Dau blwyddyn sydyn, fydd y gwir, a mae'n rhan di cyfeirio at partneriaeth sy'n digwydd yn Ysbyty Gwynedd, efo y staff o Ysbyty Gwynedd Cymdeithasol. Mae hwnna'n gweithio'n dda. Beth sy'n bwysig ydy, mae o'n i mae'n gynnar, ond mae beth ni'n weld bod o'n rhywbeth positif, sut da ni'n rhannu hwnna efo awdurdodau lleol eraill. Dwi'n gwybod bod yna wahaniaethau sut da ni'n gwneud hynny, a mynd yn ôl i flwyddyn tyffad. Ni'n gysi brofiad efo'r teulu yn ddiweddar o ddefnyddio gwasanaeth cyfo'r fferyllydd ar gyfer dolydd gwddw, a mi oedd yn wych, a wrth rannu hynny hefo pobl eraill, mae pobl yn mynd, o, da ni'n gwybod am hynny. A mae gallu cyfathrebu hynna, dwi'n gwybod bod yna'n digwydd, ond dwi'n meddwl bod gallu cyfathrebu i bobl, mae Rhian wedi dweud yn beth tron hefyd, mae hynny'n bwysig bod pobl yn gwybod sut mae'n cael mynediad ato.
A mae jyst i danlell mae'r gwaith yna Ysbyty Gwynedd efo Cyngor Sir Ynys Môn yn waith ardderchog, ac mae hynny oherwydd parodrwydd pobl i weithio mewn partneriaeth, ac i beidio poeni yn o'r model am teitl i swyddi, ond yn hytrach gweithio lles y cleifion. Ac mae'n enghraifft wych o hynny. Be da ni angen ydy data yn dangos beth yw canlyniadau'r gwaith yna. Mwyn wedyn dangos hynny i lefydd eraill, felly cyngorau eraill i geisio ailadrodd hynny. Ond pwynt da iawn. Billy, o wedyn Chris.
Thank you, Imran. You mentioned corridor care. My question is regarding the ministerial winter requirements. and having a sustained focus on reducing long ambulance handovers and delays. We've already implemented a zero tolerance on the 4-hour handover. I just would, are we in danger of normalising unsafe and dignified care, corridor care? And I also just wondered, are we collecting data when patients are having care delivered in inappropriate settings, whether that be a corridor care or a nursing station?
Diolch yn fawr. Mike.
Yeah, mine's a question maybe put in that. I detected kind of locally a reluctance, particularly amongst the older generation regarding the COVID injection and the take-up. People have seen reporting on cynicism that the figures bear that out, that people are not having it.
So the vaccination programme maybe in general is a good point to pick up. Right, what I'm going to do now, I know that Steve wants to come in, if that's okay, Imran. He may have something to say about performance in general, I suspect, and maybe Angela on the specific on the nursing, which I know there is work happening there, you know, so it'd be good for you to then come back to Imran. To say, but before all of that, I'm going to turn to Chris.
Diolch, Chair. A couple of things which, and I'm not suggesting at all that these things aren't already being done or they've been neglected in any kind of way, but there are a great many things on here which seem awfully sensible things to be doing all of the time, as opposed to just being doing around the winter plan. And I see, so little things like a clerical validation of lists. I was already under the impression that we were already doing that, and if we were already doing it, is it disingenuous to have it on the plan? I don't know, that's perhaps a question to put out there. Equally, around staffing levels, I suppose, shouldn't we always be looking at staffing levels to ensure that people are staffed in the right place at the right times? I think it seems right to say that if without pressure, we're then probably able to get through more. And I think the final point was just to echo and to add some context that I think other members have mentioned, specifically the 4-hour ambulance, and I might well be behind in my data on this, I'm sure I am. But having the zero tolerance, and I think there's another paper in here that in July we were some 600 and something. So I suppose the question is twofold of that. One, are we now at zero? And two, if we're not at zero and we were previously at 605, is it either one, incredibly ambitious, or two, very disingenuous to say that we're going to have this zero tolerance and we know full well that we're not? And I perhaps a level of expectation management or realism if that isn't the case. Thanks, Chair.
So, thanks, Chris. Good point. So, Steve, then Angela.
Thank you, Chair. So I agree in terms of constant messaging and signposting of what services are available on certain services is absolutely key. I mean, it is a comprehensive plan. I think one of the benefits of this particular plan is that everyone's using that live data to see how our actual performance is going on any given day, any given hour, but also importantly how the performance of the system is going from primary care, adult social care, and so on and so forth. So I mean, that's refreshing to see that system approach to that overall management, and we should through that live data know where our problems are and then seek a lot more quickly to deliver a resolution. It will be challenging, undoubtedly, but I think the plan is sort of the right plan to try and work through what will be a difficult period.
Yeah. No, thanks very much, Steve. Good point. Angela, on the nursing aspect, maybe?
Yeah, Diolch, Chair. So if I can come, I've got 3 responses. So 3 are around care homes. We are doing significant amount of work around care homes and supporting care homes and nursing homes not to transport patients through to an ED department. So we have a a pilot going on at the moment with the Welsh Ambulance Service, which is called Lucy, which is about having a kit in the care home that can undertake observations, etc., and then transport them electronically through to the Welsh Ambulance Service, who then can identify, monitor, give support and identify whether there needs to be that transport in. We've also, obviously, Carol mentioned earlier about the work that Joe was leading around falls, working with care homes and identifying what could happen and how they could support that. The results have been amazing on the reduction of falls, and that's obviously stopping the transfer. And then the district nursing services going in and meeting with care home staff, identifying issues, making sure that early detection of any issues that are there, and they can contact the GPs and have that wraparound working. In the last 6 months, we've seen significant reduction in conveyancing by ambulances into EDs from our care homes, and that work will continue. From Billy's point of view around corridor care, so I am not accepting it, and we're not accepting corridor care. It is escalated through to my directors of nursing, to my associate directors of nursing, and then to me. Been working very closely with Imran around what our metrics are for assessing how much corridor care is happening. It's not acceptable. So currently we're doing risk assessments on the wards and departments, looking at capacity and identifying where we can sit patients who are ready for discharge, so we can move patients who are waiting for admission into beds, looking at where we can make sure that we've got appropriate staffing levels to increase the bed base of certain safe areas. And obviously the Royal College of Nursing are leading on this piece of work, working very clearly with Welsh Government. I'm very involved in that, but we are looking at the metrics that we can collect on a sustainable way. That isn't just an extra bed here or an extra couple of patients in an ED department, something that can measure what we're looking at. We also make sure that we have data is put in for patients who are long waits and that we've not been able to get them to the right place at the right time. And I guess that leads into the staffing levels for Chris. We review staffing levels on a shift by shift basis. We move staff as we need to around the clinical risk, and we do the modelling. So the Nurse Staffing Act paper that's out today around the Nurse Staffing Act wards, we have undertaken the modelling around the emergency quadrant, the ED departments, the community hospitals, the mental health and learning disability divisional wards, and we're systematically working our way through to make sure those are aligned. Russ and I met last week with the team to identify how we can make sure those are coordinated, and then the teams are getting that support to make sure that staffing is where it needs to be. So we are doing that on a nursing level. From a medical perspective, and I'll give that feedback, we are doing that modelling around ED attendances, where medical staff need to be in place, what the cover is in escalation wards, etc. So it is something that is part of the plans. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Imran, come to you now. I think there's quite a lot to cover. I know Helen wants to mention something as well, but we come to you at this juncture, if that's okay. And I've noted you've been writing copious notes. I apologise for the number of questions, but
that's okay. But if Carol wants to come in, and then I'll take that.
Yeah,
right.
there are if you come in first.
Okay, fine. So just to go through, thank you all, very interesting. As I've been jotting it down to also go back to the teams and share some of this, which is going to be really helpful. So just in terms of communication, so I've seen from Helen's team really expansive communication, and that includes the vaccination message, but also working with the head of education. So from children's perspective, we're also reaching out over the winter period, particularly around the respiratory conditions and how we could support. The other bit around the confidence level. So we're on a journey here. What would be really good is to get to a position from winter planning to seasonal planning. So we've got a 12-month plan around the summer periods, what we do, and going through that. So in terms of the confidence level, we'll absolutely do the best we can in terms of delivering what we've signed up to, and to ensure that this winter is safe, building on Angela's comments as well, that it's safe, that we've got consistency, and more important, live, real-time learning through the system hub, and then putting that into place, because the system hub and the improvement team will work very closely day-to-day basis. So if one particular area is struggling around discharge into community, the bundle for discharge into community will be enhanced in that area, supported by the improvement team. So there will be a lot of agility and alignment between the system and the improvement team. And from my perspective as interim who had worked, obviously reporting into Carol and colleagues, will also ensure that there is that safe winter assurance on a regularity and reporting back to exec committee as required. So there will be that governance and tightening up of escalation processes as well. So just one thing to say. I think the term around zero tolerance probably needs to be explained a bit more. And what that means is that we won't, on principle, be accepting normalizing 4-hour plus ambulance delays and waits. So there will be a constructive challenge. There will be objective support on a day-to-day basis, and more importantly, solutions, including the out-of-hours on-call team as well. And I will be involved with that. And Angela and I both will make sure that there is that control in place before we start bedding in SDEC, before we start bedding in DOSA and other areas. We need to control that. At the moment, I don't think historically we've had that much of a control. We will now. Now that we've got the infrastructure, now we've got the winter plan in place and the communication has gone out to colleagues. The 24/7 perspective was mentioned. So SACAT, which is part of the stack review with the WAST colleagues, as well as the out-of-hours services, currently is working close to the 24, so nearly 23-hour provision over a period, really looking at the kind of out-of-hospital support. And whilst that hasn't formally structured, it's there in practice, and colleagues are working together. Again, another thing we're going to keep a really close eye on. Partnerships, I think everyone's commented on, and thank you very much for some of the acknowledgement around the partnership work. Definitely data to show results. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. Steve's team and my team work very closely together with the dashboard, and we'll actually be looking at an integrated dashboard for winter. We're already collecting all this. We just need to put it together in one place as well. And I think in terms of COVID injection, what I'd like to share with the board as well is that the latest position, when we've gone to care home, domiciliary support, care home, colleagues are working out there, and also unpaid carers in the community, we've reached out as part of our vaccination offer. And we're currently covered from all Wales perspective, 37%. So it's about over 2,000 of the 8,000 plus totality, and we are the best performing health board in that sense in terms of the vaccinations for the cohorts I've just mentioned, and that's all about supporting resilience in the domiciliary care, which is critical, as everyone will appreciate, as well as care home, but also the unpaid carers and having that obligation to reach out. That's the latest data that I've received as well from the team. And I'll stop at that point and pass on to Carol.
Diolch yn iawn. Before that, Helen, oedd rhywbeth efo'r comms dwi'n meddwl yn de, Helen raglen na. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. I just wanted to amplify a little bit of what happens around the communications and engagement plan. I know that this is of vital importance, and the team are very passionate about playing their role in this. Very briefly, we follow a national campaign, which you hopefully have heard of, Help Us Help You, and then we localise that with the information that we know we have available. And we do that in a very coordinated and targeted way, predominantly on social media, but also through the many partnerships that we have and through the routes into their systems. And that's all around, there's three points to that: access to services, what's available, and we keep our website as up to date as the information that is available, helping people to stay well and looking for their well-being and self-care and prevention. This year, NHS 111 is the national drive, so there is a special effort to direct people to that service, and that means our website and directory of services has to be absolutely spot on. And so we're working at the moment to, with all the different pharmacy, primary community care, so that we can do that and direct people to those services. And importantly, we are asking the public and patients how they're finding the website, because we're revamping that and making it a bit of a one-stop so that they can find information at a glance. And we will use their feedback to improve that, so that year on year we can continue to improve it. So just to reassure you, a lot of work and increasingly now money, because we have to monetize social media, goes into doing that.
Great, diolch yn iawn. Gareth, couple of bethau cyn dod at Carol.
Yeah, just very briefly, I had the privilege, which I didn't get into my report because it was only last week, to spend a day with the ambulance service. And I learned some really interesting things. Obviously, it's all anecdotal in a sense, but that triangulation is also about drawing on personal experience. I think a couple of points. One minor but important one was that, and I don't think this has been fixed, that we had 2 offloads at a YGC, both of which
Was it Glen Clwyd?
Yes, there's Glen Clwyd, sorry, both of which were within half an hour. But the ambulance crew did comment about how excellent their relationships were with the ED staff there. And I witnessed that as well. So, you know, I know that, you know, for the patient experience, it's often really difficult, but it's good to know that. Another point, taking up what Rhian said, because it's something I'm absolutely passionate about using our MIUs more. And actually, it's quite interesting. You know, the official version is the ambulance service don't take people to MIUs. When I asked them, they said, well, we do quite often, as long as we're confident that they've got what they need. But, you know, their point was still, we could do so much more if we resolved issues about consistency of opening hours, consistency of provision of X-rays, and also the consistency of clinical supervision, which meant they weren't going to then have to take somebody back to ED anyway. But they were actually, you know, there was at least more than a chink of light, a bit of light on that, but we can do more there. 2 other points. There's a point here, I think, about the front door. There's a reference in it to, and again, something I picked up from talking to the paramedics was, you know, that they felt that on those occasions, which not always, that there was, a sort of senior clinician at the front door that made a huge amount of difference of turning away people who really didn't need to be there, and their views on, you know, the number of people who were in ED who that wasn't really the right place were, as you probably expect, interesting. And finally, I mean, I'm in no doubt, Andrew, that there's really good work going on with care homes. But again, it was interesting that a number of the calls I went with them on were 2 care homes with nursing staff. And again, and unfortunately, isn't it, we're all in this position of litigiousness, that you can see that they wanted to be careful that they were seen to do everything that they could do. And conversely, I mean, the one negative I would say, which didn't entirely surprise me about my day with WAST, was, you know, the sheer amount of reporting they had to do, the paramedics. And a lot of that was to do with, well, if it gets to a coroner's court, are they going to issue us a recommendation that we haven't done things properly? And I mean, obviously we want to treat people safely, but there's got to be some sort of proportionality, I think, about the extent to which we. It's not about that we do the right thing, but to the extent to which we have to, you know, go into triplicate to prove that we've done the right thing. So I don't know. I don't have any solution to that. But anyway, hopefully that was just a bit of anecdote, but it was a really valuable day. So I'm very grateful to the ambulance service for facilitating it.
That's really useful and sort of very practical experience, wasn't it? So I think we've captured people's thoughts about the plan, saying it's a really good plan. So the key now is what effect is it going to have, and how do we know how we're going to measure it? So any thoughts on that? I know Imran's shared some thoughts as well.
Yeah, thanks very much. And it's been a really good discussion. So I know it's taken a little bit of agenda time, but really key. And it's key because this is a core area that we get a lot of feedback from people. And actually they often say the care is really great, but it's the delay in accessing it. So that's really key. And I will come specifically to the, well, what do we do? I just want to address a couple of areas. One is that we know more this year than we knew last year, and therefore the plan is more effective and more targeted, and I'll tell you why. We had something called SEDI done in the summer. It's an emergency department data analysis tool by the Getting It Right First Time people. We love GIRFT. It's all about standards. And they told us something that is really, really important. In 2 out of 3 of our ED departments, there is a balance between demand and capacity. So on the whole, we can support the number of people that come to the department. There is one that is out of balance, and that's a smutty ground fluid, interestingly. And what's happening there is that people who need a lower level of input are going there. And that is why in the Royal Alex business case, we have got an MIU in that to serve that community. So strategically, we've got some responses to this. But the big issue is actually our ED departments are sometimes half full, even geographically half full, of patients who are waiting to go into the main hospital. And that is why it's so crushed. And Billy, the corridor care, that's why that happens. Now, a lot of emphasis on safety. So you don't want to leave those patients in the waiting room. We've done lots in the waiting room to ensure safety, and we can alert and pull people through. But until we really sort that flow part out, that is going to be a challenge for us. So trying to risk balance across. I wanted to just give you a couple of stats because I think that really does help. Well, one in particular. The number of people who are in our hospital beds who've come from a care home has dropped significantly. So we are, I think, supporting more people in the care home. You're absolutely right about the registration issues. I remember working with people who work in care homes. They are very nervous around decision making, which is why Angela's point about the support that we can put in is absolutely critical to that. Something about the recurrent theme about people coming to the ED. In a way, we can tell people all we want about, oh, go here, go there. ED is so known to people and they will come. So it's what we do in response to that. So what are we doing? SDEC is same day emergency care. Fantastic. It means a lot of tests can be done and treatment given almost in a single day. But we've got to make sure that service doesn't get bedded, is what we call it. Urgent primary care, so the out of hours services and minors. And in a way, the front door is the place to stream that. The more we can stream it into the right place, and we still got to think strategically about what our offer is at the front door, I think. And then I wanted to pick up Claire's point on planned care. The winter before I came here, we lost at least 4 months of operating in one of our district general hospitals. It was devastating, both for patients and for staff, so that's really good. But they really felt that they weren't doing their best work. Last year, that was reduced significantly. I know this year, that's the marker that we're going to be bringing forward. So we should be able to say how many operations have been cancelled as a result of bed loss through here. And that takes me to the tracking. We've got weekly Friday touch point on urgent and emergency care. We'll be tracking all of this data all the way through. There's something about making sure we can update board members, given it's a critical time, particularly through both PFIG and the quality committee, so that you can get up-to-date figures. And as Steve took us through yesterday, there's quite a bit for us to do in terms of the visualization of our performance data as well. So I think there is progress, but I don't want us to get carried away. We've got to be realistic. We will not get to a position, in all honesty, where we will have no 4-hour ambulance delays. Although we don't want to tolerate that. We're working hard not to. The reality is we're likely to, but we're going to drive it down. This is an NHS challenge as well, so we'll look to learn from whoever is doing good work. So hopefully, you know, Chair, that substantive conversation has helped us to understand where we are and what's coming in the next few weeks.
Anything else, Imran? Just thinking about no. Okay. Okay, great. Thanks very much for the report and very comprehensive. Diolch i bawb am y drafodaeth gynhwysfawr iawn ar eitem bwysig iawn. Yr allwedd rŵan fel da ni wedi pwysleisio, ydy monitro cynnydd, monitro beth sy'n digwydd, monitro yr effaith mae'r cynllun yn cael ar canlyniadau. Dyn ni ddim yn cyfarfod eto fel bod Davies, mae yna bwyllgor, dwi'n meddwl, Gareth Gadeirio, bydd y gwybodaeth yn mynd i fanna. Mae'n bwysig iawn bod ni'n cadw llygad ar y cynnydd dyn ni'n gwneud efo'r gwaith yma. Felly diolch yn iawn i bawb sydd bod yn rhan o hynny. Pawb yn hapus i derbyn y droddiad, felly diolch. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf, eitem y droddiad chwarter 2, y cynllun blynyddol, ac dwi'n meddwl dwi'n troi at Chris at yr eitem yma. Chris, your item, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll rely upon my executive colleagues to help me pick up any of the responses to any specific milestones, but I'll take taking the paper as well, that this year we've brought together our single plan. So what you see in front of you is the amalgamated plan for Q2, and in good continuous improvement style, we're continuing to learn and to develop how we report this. One area of improvement as we're moving forward into next year's planning is how we become a little bit smarter in describing some of the actions. You'll see from the report that at the end of Q2, we're reporting 72% of completion of those actions that we expected to be completed by the end of Q2. And as I've commented previously on this report, and as Claire has helpfully also mentioned this morning, there is always a healthy tension between our ambition to move forward as quickly as possible and our confidence that we have the capacity to be able to do that. And that has continued through Q2 with a large number of actions and milestones against which to deliver. A number of the milestones that are still in progress, and all of those that we have not yet completed are continuing to progress and will continue through Q3 in our reporting. But a large number of those are in our strategic objective 4, and that's the largest of our objectives across the organisation, covering our clinical outcomes and experience. The full list of objectives are in the appendix to the report. But finally, for me, there is one change control item to approve. It's a relatively straightforward one, where we've brought together 2 previous milestones to clarify the language, and it was important for us to do this. It covers areas of mental health, and because of all of the different reports that we've received in mental health, we felt that the language clarity was really important to get onto the record.
Diolch yn iawn, Chris. Caroline gynta.
Thank you very much for that update, Chris. Chris mentioned that many of the deliverables that are behind track are in strategic objective 4. I'm pleased to see that there is some progress happening in that area in a number of important areas. But some of the things outlined in Appendix 2 really are quite worrying in terms of where we are with so many of the fragile and challenged services. So, for example, Appendix 4E, progress not being demand against capacity. There's some work now beginning, but it's going to take until the end of March for that to complete. That is a crucial piece of work. It's good that there is progress being made in many of the areas like orthodontics, dermatology, and many others, but there are too many of the fragile areas that are currently way behind where they should be at this stage. And so we really do need to make some progress. The whole range of areas listed here dermatology, oncology, ophthalmology, orthodontics, plastic surgery, urology, vascular, all of them. There is progress in some of them, in some of these, so I do want to acknowledge that. But there are so many of these, and this really is, I think, this needs to be, the winter planning is really, really important. But starting to make progress on some of these challenge services really has got to be a priority from now on in terms of performance and quality as well. And I know there are workforce challenges in many of these areas, but I'm really pleased to see that Dr. Streeman Andola has now been appointed and is joining us next week. And I'm sure he will be putting lots of emphasis on starting the work in many of these areas.
Diolch yn iawn. Rhian nesa, wedyn Gareth.
Just a very quick one. It's on page 18 of the report. It talks about the looking into having consolidating patients that are medically fit for discharge in support wards. Now, since delayed people are taking up, is it still 300 odd beds? I just wondered, how is that progressing? Because it's all a bit, it's a feasibility study and it will happen in Q3. And I just wonder, are we getting any closer to actually setting up the support ward? I think Clwyd has got a set aside award, doesn't it? Because I visited that. It was just on the cusp of opening. But I just wonder, as a principle, how close we're getting and what sort of difference will that have on our delayed numbers?
Yeah.
Is that going to release a fair amount of capacity? Because there's no figure there to give me an idea of how much it will help.
Diolch yn iawn, Rhian. Gareth.
Yeah, so first of all, I would just say that although, statistics and numbers in this way could be a bit misleading, but at the headline, it confirmed a bit like Caroline, what I think we know is that we're making quite a lot of progress on some areas, and particularly around sort of governance, for example, and to some extent on strategy. But, it's not so true. The Achilles heel is actually on our delivery of services, that there are lots of areas. I do want to highlight a couple of positives. One is a sense of relatively minor one, but culturally it's really important, the Welsh language. We had a visit from the Welsh Language Commissioner last week, which I represented you because you were at the clinical conference that you're sharing a bit of that. And she was extremely complimentary. And in fact, the reason she wanted to come to see us was because she thought she could learn a lot that she could disseminate to other organisations about embedding Welsh as a serious, the development of people's Welsh language skills as a serious element of provision of public service. And also, just a small one, but very important in mind, I'm really pleased to see that I think it's either the treat and train or the train and treat, anyway, in ophthalmology at Holywell is now actually happening, because I think that's an absolutely excellent example of how we can systemically move some of the demand into the primary care. Less positively, though, I mean, it's really echoing both what Caroline said, but I think what Claire said earlier is that two of the really critical things that feed into the winter crisis, the emergent UEC problems, the green wards, I think, as Rhian's picked up, that's one that's on red. And yet we've been talking about this for a long while, and it's not just about green wards in the DGH, it's what can we do to use some of our community hospital capacity, where I know there are issues about staffing, but actually we don't necessarily need them staffed up with a large number of nurses, because if these people are clinically optimised and ready to go home, what they really need is care and access to facilities. So, that's frustrating. And the other one that I feel is also you referred to it, Carol, another one that's on red is about aligning this primary care in the same day offer and the MIUs and all of that. And I know why it is, and there are so many things to deal with. So, Carol, I absolutely understand this, but I feel that we're still under-energised on that primary care bit. And the final thing, at the risk of sounding really sort of curmudgeonly, I think there's a bit of optimism bias as well in some of the way we've evaluated these. And I say that cautiously because I know there is effort put into scrutinise, but I'll just give a couple of examples. I mean, I'm like, I think somebody referred to me earlier, really encouraged with the foundations for the future where we've got to, but I don't think you could say that we've completed developing proposals for any revision to the operating model, but that's marked as completed. Well, we've done the discovery phase, we haven't actually got models. I'm not clear it says we've got a coherent prioritisation framework. Well, if we have for investment, we prioritise capital schemes for the Welsh Government for this annual plan. But if we've got a prioritisation framework, I don't think I've seen it. That's another one that's marked as completed. And finally, it says we've made progress on enhancing community provision for older patients across, you know, and I think this is to do with the inverse care law, towards making it more equal. Well, I haven't seen any evidence of that. I think we've still got extremely patchy, where in some areas we're doing really, really great work. In other areas, there's very little available. So I just think, I mean, I'm quite happy to accept this report, but I do think we need to be careful that we don't, over exaggerate the things that have happened, or where we can, we should perhaps say, you know, that they are in progress. I think there's too much tendency to say things have been completed when they are making good progress, but have not got to the end point.
Just on that last point, I think it may be something to consider wider in the organisation, an organisation that has special measures, and we have particular asks to reach a certain point on a certain day. Things don't work like that, of course, do they? So I think we need to be completely honest about that and reflect it in our reporting generally. Lots to think about there, Chris. So your thoughts and reflections, and then bring Carol in. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try and pick all of those points up. I think my reference to one of the areas of learning being describing some of those milestones in a way which is more smart, to use the SMART acronym, goes to the point that Gareth was referencing, because actually some of these, when you look at some of the detail behind them, you can understand why they were coloured the way that they were, but when you look at the text in front, it's not quite so clear. So we're missing a trick there, which we are working on in terms of the coming year, rather than trying to retrofit the definitions for this year that we're into. In terms of the under-energised primary care part and the conversation earlier in terms of MIU, you know, minor injury, minor illness, urgent primary care centres, contractor services on the high street, it's a very confusing environment, and the reason that one is red is because we felt we weren't really addressing that issue in the previous plan, and that needs some careful work. To the point on many of those fragile services, there is a lot of work, more recently perhaps, that we've progressed in the absence of a medical director in terms of how we move through some of that clinical service planning and how we base it upon the work done on the quality management system. That surely has got to be right at the centre of anything we do in terms of assessing fragile services. We've had to be really clear about clinical engagement in that, and we've got to be really clear about actually being able to demonstrate that the approach works properly, and there's work underway in urology on that at the moment. Appreciate it's less than we would have wanted to be at this point in time, but it certainly is positive progress. I'll perhaps hand over to Imran if I can in terms of the medically well green ward question.
So absolutely right in stating that it needs to be standardized. The green ward, it's the different terminology, you know, discharge case management ward, It's quite common nationally, and I've worked every trust I've worked at. We've either developed it or we've made it better. Now, the home first philosophy, we've got to stick to that, because bedded solutions, I think, are too easy and over reliant. It doesn't really help us. So there is something here around the mindset that we need to work on with colleagues. The benefit of the green wards, where we are cohorting patients, is to ensure that deconditioning doesn't occur. So we're really strong on deconditioning. It's got to be for the right reasons for patients, and therefore optimizing them better so that they're not decompensating. So that's the first point to make, because I'm always uncomfortable with just cohorting patients and then they become the forgotten cohort. And so we have to be really careful how we manage that. And that's not what we want to do. Unintended consequences, just to be clear. So the case management concept, the deconditioning work, we're working with the NHS executive team around the deconditioning element. So really focusing around the green ward way of working and the model. So that's active at the moment, definitely critical from a winter perspective, but it's critical in the sense of that's part of our resilience work. And what that means, aligned with what Gareth said as well, is that then the skill mix of the ward reflects the case mix of the patients. So more of the therapy element, more of the kind of nursing essential care aspects, less of the medical, which also means we don't medically overmanage patients. So there's a good potential, but not one that we should go to first. I hope that makes sense in terms of the approach and the intention, just to be clear.
Yeah,
Imran, that's really helpful. And I just wanted to say, that I completely agree with, in a way, the philosophical approach. But the reality is that we know that there are always going to be, it's going to take time to move people on. And I know that quite a few of us were at the Welsh NHS Confederation, where I'm not bigging this up because I changed. I didn't do anything but just sit there. But there were some very powerful arguments from local government colleagues saying that our expectations of the timescale in which they can put things in place are unrealistic. And so if there is going to be a structural problem there, which there is, then putting people in an appropriate place, and above all, the point you make about while they are still in our care, not giving them too much care that they become deconditioned is really, really vital. So I don't think green wards are the solution. I think they're a pragmatic recognition of the fact that we can't always move people on as quickly as we or they would like.
Mike, and then Carol to that, please.
Just a really brief Chair. We heard recently about the no pyjama policy, the up and dressed policy, particularly in stroke units. Is this something that could be applied profitably to these green wards? Just wondering.
So, Angela, you've got information on that?
Yeah, so
can you explain it? I'm not quite sure.
So it was
an eye-opener the way Mike described it.
Originally it was badged as PJ paralysis, so stopping people being in the PJs, sitting in a chair or in bed and not moving. So it's encouraging for people to get dressed, to mobilise, to get back into what they would be like at home. So Teresa and I lead this, and one of Teresa's assistants is chairing it now, our deconditioning group.
Right.
And we've got a lot of initiatives that are happening across the organisation, and this is one of the initiatives we're going to be rolling out to identify. It's been proven that if we can get patients thinking about not being in hospital and actually being in their own clothes, motivated, wanting to do things, then it actually quickens their recovery. So it used to be called end PJ paralysis. I think we're coming up with a new title for it to socialise it across the health board.
Great, diolch yn fawr for that explanation. Carol.
Great, thank you. Just to say a couple of things on this. So this is a developing report, and I think just through the questions, I think it's helped me to think about the areas that we can strengthen in it. And also just to ensure we've got a really clear line of sight to which committee has got perhaps that more detailed overview.
Yeah.
Although it's not always as neat as that, because when we look at, say, for example, fragile services, there's both quality, but there's also performance. So we'll find a way to keep enhancing it, but it's certainly a million miles from where we were previously, and there's been a lot of effort in amongst that. They really focus on the evidence behind, so I think it's a bit light in being able to draw that through. And Chris's point is really key about we're learning about making sure the objective wording is smart. We had a session earlier this week with our wider senior leadership team in the organisation on this, and some great suggestions coming through as well, and that focus was one. I do just want to pick up on back to those fragile services. So I think it is clear that the gaps that we've had at the executive level, we didn't have a coup for 6 months, was an issue. Now, the day-to-day work is happening, but what I think why we're so red on these is I don't feel that we've got an overall plan that is not just in the here and now, but takes us a bit further. So I'm really even reflecting whether they're in the right objective. It could be about long-lasting change. But positively, now we've got the QMS, as a team, we've discussed fragile services and are anchoring around using QMS as a mechanism for service reviews.
Quality management system.
Quality management system, thank you. For those who don't, yes, a quality management system. Using those as the sort of architecture of the reviews. And as Chris said, urology is our first key area, but to get through all of those key fragile services during the rest of Q3 and Q4, so that when we get to the plan at the end of March, that it's very clear by then and some of it might still not be in that long horizon. We still got work to do, but it will be a bit more than the here and now. Can I just comment on, again, this is about wording and Gareth's view about optimism bias. I think it's really about what these things are. So I want to do this because it's a very important message. On the operating model, the risk we've got about operating model is people think it's structures.
Yeah, no, I know.
So there are proposals on structures, that's absolutely right. But what this actually is the proposal about the approach to an operating model, and that proposal has been developed. And that's about the Tushman O'Reilly model, as I've taken the board through strategy, culture, people, processes, and structure. So that's why it's for, I think, the purple, the nice purple colour. So I think that just reflects to me the need for clearer objectives. So I think that may well be some of the same around the others, but other colleagues can comment on that. So this year we're learning a lot about this, and as we prepare for next year's annual delivery plan, we'll enhance that approach, and Steve will also contribute to that.
Right. Diolch yn fawr. Carol, ydy pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad yna lot
Is
fawr?
everyone happy to accept the content of that report? A lot of work to be done and a lot of work for our committees to monitor and to get that overview. Everyone happy to accept. Thank you to Chris for presenting that. We'll take a break now for 10 minutes. So please do go for a coffee and we'll reconvene at 11:30, 9 minutes exactly.
I can see the headline in the Daily
Yeah, and nobody listens to me now as they didn't do previously. Which isn't a good look. It's your item next as well, isn't it, Chris? Yeah. Right, so dyn ni'n gallai ddechrau, can we... Croeso nôl ato ni ar gyfer y rhan yma o gyfarfod bwr iechyd
Welcome
Prifysgol
back
Betsi Cadwaladr.
to the Betsy Cadwaladr Health Board. We move on to item 14, the integrated update on the planning process, and I turn to Chris for this item once more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I will take the paper again as read, but again, just draw out a couple of relevant points. Quarter three is the challenging quarter for planning. It's the quarter when you often find directors of planning go into hiding because there's a whole load of work that gets done within the organisation, and at the same time, as a board, we need to hold our nerve ahead of all wanting to see initial drafts of what the coming plan looks like. Now, of course, we all already know what the constituent parts of the plan will be, because we have those conversations in board, in committee, in our workshops, and the planning team studiously go through all of those sessions to make sure that the conversations going on inside the organisation reflect that strategic steer. And what's going on at the moment is the subtle reshaping of all the jigsaw pieces to make sure that they all fit together to paint that cogent plan, which in a week and a half's time in PPHP workshop, we'll be able to start exploring. And then comes the conversations in terms of our risk appetite for how we balance ambition against capacity, which has been a common. I'll just draw out a couple of the early observations that I've had the privilege of seeing working more closely with the team. The first thing I'd say is we are somewhat ahead of where we were last year. And I've seen year-on-year improvement in this area. And another point which came out very loudly in the senior leadership team discussion last week is a much greater awareness within the organisation of planning, and a much greater ownership that planning isn't something that the planning team do, but that is something that we all have a role to play. And in turn, that has impacted upon the materials that have come back to us, because they're much more mature and much more reflective of board strategies than I think was the case last year and previous years. There's a lot of work going on at the moment in terms of smartening the milestones for next year, which we've already touched upon this morning, so I won't discuss further But what I will do is just draw out a couple of final observations ahead of PPHP. And the first is that there have been some really good conversations from within the team in terms of additional content or content that needs to be drawn further upon compared to last year. Palliative care, we don't think was adequately called out last year. And this is ahead of the conversations that have since occurred nationally in terms of assisted dying, which of course makes this subject even more important. So again, a maturity from within the team in bringing that out. Similarly, dementia care wasn't adequately reflected last year. And the third point in terms of contributions into the delivery plan is a specific piece of work trying to mainstream some of those successful areas, to go to Billy's point earlier, which was also really helpful. The last point from me really is that sometimes you sit trying to stitch together all of these parts of the plan and work out what's the common theme running through. And what I would say this year is that has jumped out from the contribution within the organisation, and the common theme is very clearly about quality. And how everything that we do builds upon our quality management system and upon the role of value and sustainability and quality. So a little bit of a spoiler there for the narrative of the plan building around quality, and I'll stop there, Chair, and pick up any questions.
Chris, so with Claire.
Doug, so good to have the timetable here, and I'm looking forward to the session that the PPHP committee is going to have at the beginning of the seminar. I think I just wanted to say, I hope Pam doesn't think I'm speaking out of turn here, but I think if any of the board members were available and wanted to come along to that session, you would be very welcome, and we can share the details with everybody. It's going to be a section at the end. I'm okay on my Pam suggesting that. Thank you. And I think the other thing for me that's really important this year is we're already now in the process of starting to develop our 10-year plan, which has got a kind of 9 months kind of from here timeline around it. So the work we do on this plan will help to inform what's going to go into the 10-year plan. So it's kind of one of the tools and building blocks to lead towards it. So I think it'd be good really to start to get into the detail. I think all of us as board members would have liked to have been having some of these conversations earlier. But that said, we've got that session in just over a week's time actually now. So it will be good to have as broad an input from board and execs to that session. So yeah.
Claire, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. To complement Chris's work and to his alongside it, the numerical component of our plan. So what are we expecting to produce for levels of activity with the workforce that we've got available, with the finance we've got available? And I did touch on this yesterday in our board development session. Once we know that, we can then develop, our performance trajectories for next year to get some measurement around progression out of special measures and some of the improvement that we clearly need to make in planned care and urgent care in particular. So that will be part and parcel of this whole planning process, and we've started that work with Chris and the team, everyone finance and workforce committees.
Thanks very much, Steve. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Rhian, a wedyn gen i Russ, wedyn a Jane.
Yeah, I'm really glad to hear you saying that planning is for all, and you said that before. I'm not quite clear in my own mind how the planning process works. There's no mention, for example, of IHCs in this document, and I just wonder, because we know that things can happen differently in West, Central and East, so how the planning comes up with a board level, across Wales PAN BCU plan.
Okay, all that, Chris. We'll bring in Russ, then Jane.
Yeah, so it was just really to echo Stephen's point really. So the modelling will be workforce activity, financial availability. We are looking to put forward a draft financial envelope and discuss that through PFIG. 23rd of December, that particular meeting, so just before Christmas.
My Christmas present.
Yes, thank you, Darren.
And what we're trying to do within that is obviously there's a number of strategies that are under development, and the plans need to reflect those. So we're trying to be as agile as we can in terms of being able to incorporate that change in direction if those priorities shift based on those revised strategies as they come through the various committees. But at least give a headline number in terms of value and an indication of activity performance and outputs as a consequence. So we can have some of those conversations around where those allocations sit and whether they're in the right place in advance, way in advance of when we have to formally submit our plan submission.
Jane.
Yeah, it's good to see the key changes that are articulated in the report. I think HBF were really pleased to be able to input into the feedback. The portal use, the engagement with teams, and I think we lived that experience. I think this year there has been more engagement and it's been quite clear, and the attempts to work less in silos, and I think there's been on the ground that's come through. So
Great. Jane, Pam.
Thanks, Chris, David, and I'm glad we're synced as usual. So I think one of the things is we should circulate the invitation to that part of the meeting to all board members. So on the 10th of December to make sure there's input into that. I was just reflecting because then obviously we'll have the detail through some of the performance of finance. We've got the PPHP in terms of the oversight, but obviously there's other elements of plan which is about people, quality and safety, and just sort of looking at this now. Sorry, I should have picked this up for Chris. Whether we could also use the board development or informal part of the board in February, which will have the whole board as well to, obviously we'll work through some of the drafts in January, but then we use that slot in February to have any final inputs with the whole board before then that will go to PFIG onto the board in March. I think that would be a neater process and also hopefully give assurance to the whole board about that engagement. So I'll factor that in. So I should pick that forward. Thank you.
Gareth, Lisa?
I mean, again, I think the report is useful. I think just picking up on Claire's point that I think as independent members, I think a lot of us feel a bit of frustration, and I was trying to put my finger on it because it's not necessarily about not seeing a draft early enough. It's about perhaps not feeling that we've had the principled discussion about, what we think. So like, I'm not saying anybody would disagree, but should quality be absolutely like up there in lights and so forth? And I'm going to make a little plug for one thing, which I'm sure Jay Moore won't mind me doing, which is that insofar, and I know from Russell, his view is that there might not be, but insofar as there's any growth in the budget, we absolutely need to target that disproportionately on prevention and primary care, because one of the problems with the shifting left is it is understandably difficult, if not impossible, to do when basically you're more or less at a standstill budget, because then you literally have to take money off the acute to put it into. But what the acute sector, if there is even a bit of extra growth, the acute sector will still get its, inflation cover, but we must use that disproportionately to be serious about moving into doing more about what we can do in not just particularly prevention, but also in the primary care space, because across the UK, 30 years people have been talking about shifting left, and the proportion of money that's gone into primary care has gone down, isn't it, in every part of the UK. So that's my little plea. I just got one particular question which I didn't quite understand, which was on page 4. It says, I think if I read it rightly, it suggested that obviously we're preparing an IMTP, but that what we were looking at financially, I'm looking at Russ, sorry, and I haven't had a chance to say this to you, that that we'd still have a deficit in 25-26, and then miraculously we would get back to a balanced budget over the 3-year period. We're looking at what the government's saying, UK government, sorry, about the overall financial envelope. we would be very foolish to assume that we don't need to bother to get to a balanced position next year because we'll be all right 2 years after that. So I just think if that was our thinking, good, that's all right then. So
manage expectations.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got a big challenge next year.
Okay. Diolch yn fawr, Gareth. Put you next. Chris, do you want to come back with some things, and then Carol?
Thank you. Yeah, they're all, as usual, very helpful comments. This is a journey that this health board has been on for a number of years, and each year the process gets that little bit closer. So we'll take all of those comments and we'll continue to sort of reflect upon them and incorporate them. In terms of specifically to Rhiann's question about IHC involvement, the IHCs are very much involved in all of this. We have taken a number of different approaches to how we work this through across the organisation. I think if I was to look at some of our plans in the past, one of the challenges we've had has been sometimes large amounts of contributions being put in that actually don't address the board's strategic priorities. And we've had then to do a whole load of work with people about just how do we do that. And this year we've been much clearer about how these are the strategic priorities that we have to address. How do we address them? And I think that's one of the reasons we've had a more mature set of materials come back, and that's been facilitated by the entire exec team. So in terms of how we're stitching together the 3 IHCs and other divisions, then the role of Imran, the role of other executive colleagues in helping to keep their teams across the IHCs together has been an important part of doing that.
Say something on the finances.
Only really quickly, if I may. So we will receive our allocation for next year. The indication is by 10th of December, and that may overrun due to discussions that are ongoing with Welsh Government. So it will hopefully be known before we get into PP. And to reassure Gareth that we're working together with Jane on making sure that we absolutely prioritise allocations for investment into prevention in the current financial year. And we can articulate some of that learning and case. So we'll see that through PFID.
Okay. Diolch yn fawr. Carol, Sylva?
Great. Thank you. Yes, this is developing clearly, and our ambition grows each year to be better than the last. I'm really grateful to Jane for sharing those reflections, because it's important to get a sense of how it feels. You know, it has been a step change this year, so executive led, trying to be one organisation but get all the component parts together. So we'll evaluate as well. We'll have a bit of a wash up. How was it? Really important that we get planning through the year, though. You know, the sense that we're thinking, oh, we're getting ready for the plan, and I just get sense, you know, Gareth and maybe Claire, something perhaps for reflection at PPHP as well. This has been something that is not unique to us. I think across the NHS in Wales, we've almost shifted planning to do the plan. There has been a planning review, but we haven't had the outcome of that yet. But we do need to get back to planning as a continuous process rather. That was the feedback that myself and some of my colleagues gave to the government anyway. The financial allocation will be really key because that will help us to understand what envelope we are working within. And whilst, of course, the UK government, the announcement about putting more money into the NHS, the reality is yet to be really understood and felt. And I'm rather more on the pessimistic side than optimistic side. The budget, Welsh Government budget's the 10th of December. We may get a feel then. It's usually a little bit later that we get our letter that says this is what we've got. So during January, it becomes very active process about numerating, checking, challenging, being very clear about what we're committing to. Even though the paper says we are not in a position to produce a balanced financial plan for 25-26, the board will decide that with everything in together. So I think that whoever's written this is as pessimistic as me about whether all that money that's coming in will find its way to us. So that it's a realistic, probably, assessment, but we will give that a good shake here, if that's all right, around the board before we finally sign that off. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn iawn am y droddiad yna a'r gwaith. Lot fawr o waith I wneud, wrth gwrs, yn deillio y droddiad.
Lots of work to be done arising from that report, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to be a part of this discussion.
Pam yn hapus I dderbyn y
Everyone
droddiad yna?
happy?
Diolch yn iawn. Yna, dyn ni'n symud at
We'll therefore move to item on the public health. Can we welcome Jane to present? And Louise is here, item 15, Public Health Annual Report, and we have received a copy of the report and the presentation beforehand. So if you could summarise any comments, and there will be an opportunity to give comments. Thank you, Jane.
So thank you very much. I'm just going to give a bit of context to the annual report, and I'm going to hand over to Louise, who, if you don't know, is one of the public health consultants here in Bexley Cadwaladr, and has led the work on developing the annual report. Just a bit of context, because I was aware some of the IMs, when I talked to them, didn't understand. The annual reports of directors of public health predate the NHS by nearly 100 years. In fact, the first one, statutory requirement, was in the 1860s. And they are independent reports because they were meant to be produced when public health was in local authorities, and my role was called the Chief Officer of Health or the Chief Medical Officer of Health, depending on the local authority. And the aim was that these were produced independently to set out what was the health within these local authority settings, and that has continued to be a statutory requirement to this day. So that's why they come in the format they do, because it is meant to give a perspective each year on issues around public health that try and make sure that we are clear about what are the real issues, and we try and make sure we cover over a period of time a whole range of public health issues, because people often have a very narrow view. So last year we talked about system leadership, a very new part of that public health agenda. Today we're talking about North Wales on the move, and that's because when you look at physical activity, which this is all about, and you talk about it as a health issue, most people are not empowered to want to change their behaviours because it might improve their health. But when you talk about the wider impact of being more active and the social interactions, etc., then you get much more buy-ins. That's why we're talking about this in terms of movement and trying to get people more engaged in being active, not just about that sort of health outcomes. So I'm going to hand over to Louise, who's going to talk very briefly through the report.
Diolch yn iawn, Louise.
Thank you, Jane. Bore da. I'm going to, you've had a few reports there, so I'm going to go through the presentation that you've received. So I'll just go through the key highlights of those slides. So in looking at the first slide, North Wales on the move, small steps that make a big difference. This report has been co-produced with our local authority and third sector colleagues across North Wales, also involving a large range of community groups as well. So it's very much a co-production approach. And the report shows the importance of moving and being more active in everyday life, and that really every movement counts. It's aimed at people and organisations to think about how we can enable and encourage others, such as our friends, our family, staff, colleagues, to be more physically active in their daily lives, either when they're at work or when they're out of work, taking part in recreation or any social activity. So the report looks at not just the health benefits, but as James just mentioned, the wider benefits as well. So going on to the next slide, which has at the top why moving matters. We know that being active in our everyday lives is one of the main factors for improving physical and mental health and well-being.
It reduces morbidity and mortality, increases productivity at work, it decreases sickness absence in the workplace, and helps to build and maintain those social relationships. And we have here about reducing anxiety as well. It has that feel-good factor, enables you to sleep better, and also reduces social isolation and reduces premature death as well. So on to the next slide. Also improving our concentration. The benefits, of course, are across the life course. So we're not talking at any particular time in life. This is across the life course from when we're born to our elder years. It improves the environment as well. Also, I've said about increasing productivity. It supports us to be more content, to live healthier and happier lives. And it doesn't, the good thing is it doesn't cost us anything. So going on to the next slide, what influences moving? We've got here a range of areas that do influence the ability to be moving more, and that's from our culture. You know, where our culture in North Wales. Do we have a culture of getting up and being more active? Our policies, do we support policies around being active when at work and out of work as well? Our physical environment is really important. We've got a beautiful environment here, just looking out through the window now, beautiful walking along that seafront. Yeah, make the most of that. Our organisations and institutions, are we really set up to enable us and others to be more active? And of course, it's down to the individual as well, their capability and motivation to be more active as well. So it's all about having the opportunities to be more active. To go on to the next slide about increasing moving. So there's a range of ways which we can increase moving. I've just said about policies and about the cultural norms, but these are just some suggestions of, again, how we can increase our moving. Cycle routes, supporting cycle routes and walking routes, our green and our blue spaces, such as our parks and our lakes, our affordable opportunities. Like I said, it can be free. Some costs, there are costs to some, but this doesn't mean to say we're not talking about people going to the gym 2 or 3 times a week. This is for everybody. We need to have safer streets and communities to enable us to take part in physical activity and feel that we're safe when we're doing it, and we need to have clean and accessible spaces as well. So how active is North Wales? This just pulls out some figures here about how we're currently active in North Wales, and really we can describe it as an inactivity emergency, as somebody described it to me, with trends decreasing in both adults and children over recent years. We've got, in relation to adolescents, we've got the routine, the CMO guidelines suggest 60 minutes per day of moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity. We know now in North Wales that we've just got under 17% of children and young people who meet those guidelines. And then if you're male, you're more likely to meet them than female. We know we've just got over 1/3 of adolescents who walk or cycle to school. And I'm sure most are aware about we're trying to push the Healthy Travel Charter across North Wales, working with local authorities and working with our PSBs to do that. So going on to how active adults are in North Wales, the guidelines suggest 150 minutes per week of moderate intensity activity. That could be walking, for example, or it can be 75 minutes of more vigorous intensity activity, such as running or cycling, or it can be a mixture of either of those. And so currently in North Wales, we've got there, the Wales average is around 55%. North Wales is just under 46%, so we are quite behind on that, with the lowest in Conway at 39%, right through to Denbighshire with 55% of adults meeting physical activity guidelines. Also, we have 48% of adults living in the most deprived areas in Wales meet physical activity guidelines, and that compares to 61% of adults living in the least deprived areas. There's a real inequalities issue around physical activity and being more active, and that's something where we need to identify the barriers to certain groups, what certain groups have in being able to become more physically active. So going on to the next slide, what can we or others do as an individual or as part of the organisation? Well, this follows what's called the GAPA framework. The GAPA framework is the Global Action Plan for Physical Activity. So this talks about active people. This is about encouraging people, yourself and others, to be more active every day, to support people to have the skills, motivation, and the opportunities to be more physically active. Again, it's about active societies. It's about creating the norm for physical activity, to build and maintain relationships and a sense of well-being, and to better understand the barriers to physical activity so we can reduce inequalities in accessing physical activity opportunities, particularly for certain groups. So on to the next slide. Active environments. This still follows the GAPA framework. This is about connecting people with nature, enhancing our environments and encouraging play and activity in children and young people, and encouraging flexible workplace policies for staff to be more active and less sedentary. I'm sure you're all aware that now with post-COVID, we have more Teams meetings, back-to-back Teams meetings, and also we're working more from home. So it really has decreased our opportunity to be more active, and it's really something that we need to look at. I don't know if any of you have heard of the Active Souls. Active Souls is a programme of work which encourages members of staff to come in good footwear, which encourages you, such as trainers, to encourage you to be more active and to take that quick walk down the corridor or along the seafront. So looking at active systems as well. This is about working with partners to co-design and co-deliver opportunities to be more physically active, which are long-term and sustainable, and looking particularly in relation to our policies across North Wales. So it's through influence and leadership and through our own behaviours and habits that we can encourage change to take place, so that being active becomes the norm in North Wales. So going on to the next one, I'm just going to take you through a couple of pages of case studies here. These are some of the groups and communities that we've all been working with. So we've got there the Wow Walk to School Challenge, which is about the teachers and staff meeting up with the parents and school children to walk to school. We've got the Us Girls Flincher, which is about after school, creating that area where girls can socialise, but they can also take part in physical activity as well. Next slide, we've got the Nature for Health. There's a group in Llangollen. We have linked with somebody who's had spinal difficulties, and she says the difference that it's made to her in relation to being more active. And then we have the new mountaineering club, which has been set up in Snowdonia. There's a person that's had addiction problems, and he set up this group in Snowdonia, and the difference that it's made to him and to others, making use of our beautiful North Wales environment to become more physically active. Then finally, on the next slide, we have the Fit Dragons. I think this is in the Wrexham area, links with the football as well. And in relation to setting up a group which offers a range of physical activity and nutrition opportunities for people across North Wales. And finally there's the age-friendly communities which Flintshire Council have been taking forward to make sure that we have environments which are age-friendly. So then finally, we've got the Nantapandi Park Run. So again, this is across the board, from people who are really sedentary to people who do park runs. And then we've got the Bring a Baby to do some exercise activity and bring the family with you. And we've got there about Catherine and her daughter and the difference it's made to them. So final slide. So this is all about working together to create the conditions to get North Wales on the move. And we've also been working heavily with Active North Wales, a really good partner in our work with this going forward. You'll see you've had a report, infographics, and we've also just finalised the easy read version of the report. So that brings us to the end. But I suppose I'd just like to challenge the board, really. I noticed that these are 4-hour meetings with a 20-minute break, so it may be good to give sort of permission if people want to stand up and do a bit of swaying, perhaps we can give that permission. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn am y cyflwyniad yna ar y gwaith ar yr adroddiad blynyddol. Unrhyw gwestiynau yn troi at Mike fan hyn gynta, wedyn Rhian Clare.
Yeah, just to touch on some of the areas we spoke about earlier today, really. struck me that certainly as an adult, I have an annual health check in primary care, look at my blood pressure, my BMI, etc. And you know, the philosophy the banks have that they catch people early and they're with them for life. Is there, in total ignorance now, I don't know the answer, is there anything like that for children? Because you don't need to be a doctor to be able to tell what the BMI of some children are. And maybe, you know, it's a familiar, you know, it's within the family, it's economics and employment, it's all kinds of issues. But certainly, is that a subtle way of addressing the family and say, you know, you need to have a look at this. So it's the earlier intervention really. Is there anything that we can offer in that direction?
Hold that for a minute, if you can, whilst I bring others in. Fia, wedyn Claire.
I think there's a huge amount of really good stuff in here. That's the first thing to say. I suppose my question is, it says the report is aimed at people who want to enable and encourage others. Okay, so who are they? Local authorities with schools and different other organisations. It's not just Health Board, obviously, but I just wondered, who are they? Who is going to motivate me to get off my settee and walk so-and-so when my back hurts? You know, who is going to reach into a care home and motivate the staff to get some of their residents moving? I think these were the sort of questions that were coming through to me. I can see there's a huge amount of partnership work going on, but how is it reaching the people who really need it and maybe who wouldn't come to any of the statutory bodies to provide, or third sector bodies? So it's just lurking in my mind.
Claire?
Thanks for the report. Things I just wanted to bring out really. One was that the report's really stark in terms of health inequalities, and if you're wealthier, it's easier to afford to do things that might encourage you to be more active. And I guess the real challenge is, it's good to see the report's been co-produced, but the delivery of it is a co-production element as well. And much of that sits in the domain of local authorities right now in North Wales, many of whom are struggling not to become bankrupt. So never mind to be able to work proactively with us and invest in some of these areas. So I just think there's something about, we've talked a lot this morning about prevention, and everyone knows I'm a huge advocate, but I think we can't underestimate the challenge of what we might need to do and want to do, and the challenges of taking some of those things forward. But I think whatever we take forward, we've really got to focus on communities where those inequalities are the starkest. And then that kind of led me also to thinking about things like the Active Souls campaign. And I know that at the next PBHP committee, we've got a paper on this directly. Betsy's got to lead the way ourselves. You know, we employ 20,000 people who live with however many people. So in terms of the population of North Wales, our role as an employer in this area is, it's a huge opportunity for our workforce to become healthier. But we've got to think differently about how people work. So I know Louise has maybe thrown us a challenge, but it's not just about that. It's about every person, isn't it? So how do I get our nurses to wear trainers to work, Angela? I know I'm touching on a sore point there. But it's true, isn't it? We need to lead by example. And if all of our staff can be enabled to be more active, and that's what I think the report's saying. It's not saying everybody needs to take up running or judo, but just move a bit more, not sit as much. So we just need to think about every role in the organisation and how we can enable people and support people to, you know, I'm thinking about a chief exec, you know, why not have staff your execs one-to-ones as a walk around it's an active business part, not sitting at a desk across the table. So I just think there's lots we can do in this space, but we can't underestimate the challenge of the really deep embedded health inequalities in some of our communities that make it really hard for people, even if they wanted to
to pick up and follow through with some of this.
Oh, don't challenge me, because a previous
Excuse
chief
me,
exec of mine, I
yeah,
got to play table tennis.
Hang on, bring other people in, then me, Lantinessa.
One of the things, and this is my ignorance, apologies, but one of the things I'm very conscious of is that the fitness industry really exploded of late. The growth in terms of the amount of people going to gyms and all of that seems to be more on the people who are fitter as opposed to the people who want to get moving. I just wondered, in terms of our commissioning, the situation with our commissioning, clearly there's opportunity for people who work in the fitness industries who have got qualifications to a level to help people with their motor function, their etc., to get people into things. What's the opportunity for commissioning around that, and even potentially helping the sports centres, which are getting shut in some cases? So, just a general question on that.
Right, so we'd like to, Louise, maybe come back to some of those points, please, Jane.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think what Claire said is spot on in relation to the inequalities, you know, looking at that inequalities and the barriers that people across North Wales face in relation to accessing physical activity opportunities. And also the bit about leading by example, about starting at where we're currently at. And this does need to be a co-production approach, particularly in relation to local authorities. But a lot of the activities that we're talking about can be free. And this report really is aimed, I would say, more for those that are sedentary and move a little bit, as opposed to those that go to the gym and do fitness routines. In relation to commissioning, I know that there is the nurse scheme. I'm not quite sure where we're currently at with the referring exercise scheme. I'm very much looking at supporting our social prescribing, really, and getting how we can sort of refer people into social prescribing rather than medication. Also, in relation to the bit that was mentioned about that, we encourage people such as in care homes and so forth to get up. That really, I think, is part of system leadership. It's about all systems working together, so we can get to where people are at, whether they're working, whether they're staff, to say really how important physical activity is. I mean, this just touches on really how important being active is, because I'll just say very quickly, I listened to a podcast a while back of Michael Mosley, and he was talking to a professor who's experienced in inflammation. And she said, of all the things that you can do to reduce your inflammation, she said being active across the life course is the main thing that you could do, which I thought was very interesting. So that's just a bit of food for thought there, really. And in relation to the query about the young people, we have got a range of activities going on with young people. There's the child weight measurement programme. There's also the Healthy Schools programme. There's work around healthy weight with young people. There's a range of activity going on in that area, but that's not to say that there couldn't be more as well. So I don't know if Jane wants to come in on any of that.
So this is another area where we're very much taking a systems approach. So this work isn't just co-designed, it is being co-produced and co-developed. So the paper that's coming to PPHP is for us as a health board to take on board what all the organisations who are working on this across North Wales, for us to say, how do we embed it, and to say that we're going to do it. That is also happening in other organisations, from everything from looking at sort of canteens and the healthy food options in terms of things like the vending machines, to actually, again, the active souls and other activity. And this doesn't have to be expensive. Actually, the thing is to encourage people to think laterally. So I slightly got cut off, but when Claire said about, I actually, in a previous organisation, did get the chief executive to agree to play table tennis with any member of staff who wanted to play, on the basis they could then ask the chief executive any question they wanted.
They can ask me without table tennis.
It was trying to think of things where people didn't see, they saw this as being sort of social and something that was fun to do rather than a chore, because when it becomes a chore, people don't get the benefits. And in fact, this was when I was working in Coventry, where we had huge issues. And we took an approach where we said, we don't want to tell you what you've got to do, but what we want you to do something. And we had one day when we got actually a quarter of the city active on the same day. And Stella Creasy, who was working for David Cameron on social cohesion, actually came up to see us because she wanted to know how we got so many people active. And why we got so many active people is that we devolved it. So we said, we want you to do something, but we're not going to tell you how. So all our schools were doing stuff, and they were all doing different stuff. Both the two big universities, Warwick and Coventry, were doing things. And actually a lot of our big employers like Jaguar Land Rover all were doing stuff. So it's very easy at that point to get a quarter of your population to be physically active if you take that approach. And that's what we want to do here. So it's encouraging it through as many routes and saying there's lots of things you can do. You don't have to see this as having to be a gym bunny.
Right, diolch yn fawr iawn. Yrtha, ydy cyfraniad a wedyn Chris.
Yeah, just to add a bit to the images that you've got in this report are very good because they're showing that exercise can happen anywhere. Having done previous work with the NERS referral scheme and gyms, a lot of people who aren't moving are very embarrassed in those environments.
Yes.
For exercise to be taken up and kept going, embedded, etc. It's got to be in an environment where people might naturally go. So that it's going to, definitely last much longer than that. So social prescribing has gone much broader than the gyms now, so that they go into lots of smaller environments around gardening and various other walking activities. But it's important that it's in an environment you would use anyway, which makes it more successful. So, thank you.
That's a really valid point, I think, in terms of the right environment for people, and the gym with all its, I may say, macho atmosphere is obviously appropriate for some people, but not all, including me. But fortunately, I live in a place where I can go outside and walk in the Great Senior of Eryri. So that's my green gym. Chris.
Thank you. Very brief comment, really, but we have an opportunity if we use one of our existing vehicles differently to support this. Our clusters are perfectly placed to be in this area. At the moment, we use them in a slightly over-medicalised way, but they've got the right people sitting around the table to be able to do some of this in partnership. And to pick up the point that Eartha's just touched upon on Mike earlier, the nurse scheme is great. Going and seeing your GP for a health check is great. They're both slightly over-medicalised ways of doing some of this. And if we give permission to our clusters to get further into this space and not to stay in the medical lane, then there's a whole load of stuff they could be doing here.
Diolch yn iawn. Os nad oes dim byd arall, gai ddiolchfawr iawn I Jane.
Unless there's anything else, can I thank Jane and the team? Certainly for the report today from Louise as well. Thank you for coming today, Louise. And for the presentation. Is everyone happy to accept the content?
Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa, dwi'n meddwl eitem 17.
On to the next item, item 17, on improving quality. And first of all, there's a report from the relevant committee and the assurance report. I'll turn to Caroline to see if she has anything to add. Thank you. We've continued to meet every 2 months, and I'm very pleased that the nature of the information that we receive is very informative and timely and presented effectively and openly. So I'm very pleased with that. great discussions in the last meeting. The only element that we wanted to draw attention of the board to is that we have a new format for this report. The same elements from the previous meetings in relation to alert. We were concerned that there wasn't anyone available from of the medical husbands, but as I explained earlier, I'm glad that Simon has been appointed and I'm looking forward to working with him. Thank you. Any questions? Everyone happy to accept the content of the report, thanking the committee and Caroline for the work, the thorough work that is taking place and important work.
Ymlaen at yr adroddiad nesa.
On to the next report, which is item 18. If I can see, this is the report of Angela, if I'm in the right place.
So this improving quality report has been developing this report over the last 6 months or so, and I'm looking forward to us taking it to the next level when we have our new interim medical director and Teresa and Jane can be involved overseeing the quality agenda. So I wanted to just highlight a number of areas where we've seen improvement and a number of areas of focus going forward. So you'll note within the report that the number of overdue NRIs is reduced from 25 in May to 12, and actually, as I can say to date, is actually 9, and we've seen significant progress in that. Also, the turnaround is the best in Wales, and we are very high up around other measures that Welsh Government have around our NRIs. We did have a spike in the NRIs reported earlier in the year, and we identified that was in relation to some work that was being undertaken around pressure ulcers and falls assessment of investigations, and they were submitted at the same time. We've now seen come down and much more balance on those NRIs. As part of the integrated concerns policy and toolkit, one of the areas we have is now an integrated concerns hub that meets on a daily basis and reviews all of the complaints, all of the incidents and mortality reviews, ME reviews that have been undertaken, and triangulates them into one investigation, learning review or report that needs to be undertaken. And we also have on a Tuesday morning an exec-led oversight group to look at the severe catastrophic incidents that might result in an NRI, to discuss with the teams after their 72-hour review whether that is needed to be identified as an NRI, whether we can downgrade that incident based on the 72-hour review, or whether we undertake an internal incident report because we don't meet the criteria for a national reported incident. So that's really good progress that we've got around NRIs. From the next point around overdue complaints, and we've said for quite a long time that we've seen very, very high levels of overdue complaints. I think our highest was about 407 overdue complaints approximately 6-8 months ago. The report identifies that we were making 70% compliance against the 30-day target. I can actually tell you today we're at 77.85% against that target, and we've only got 37 complaints overdue. We've seen a reduction in the number of complaints coming into the health board, which is really promising around the quality of care and the interactions and communication with staff around the care that's being delivered. And we're continuing to work to make sure that we're on track. We've got pockets that we're providing more support to, so central IHC, we're providing more of a wraparound support to enable them to get to a position where they're able to manage the complaints and within the 30 working days. The 30 working days is a target set by Welsh Government, and we try to get our responses through in a more timely manner than that if possible, but the restrictions are around we have to measure it from the day it's received, so that's day 1, and then we have to send it to the services. They've got to allocate it to an investigator. We've got to get hold of the notes. We've got to do a review, the rapid review in 72 hours, then we have to identify how we're going to look at it, whether we need to address redress, so we need a legal opinion around redress depending on the complaint that is there. And often the ones that are longer are the ones that we have to go to the likes of our partners in England, so maybe the Walton Centre or the Hay, or to GP practices, etc., to get that information. So the area is quite broad to cover, but we're working really well around that. I just wanted to identify as well around the Civica work that's been undertaken and the SMS text messaging for ED. Our performance and satisfaction has dropped slightly, but that would be expected with an increased number of people commenting. We need to have a consistent number and increased numbers to allow us then to interrogate the information more accurately. We also then need to pick it out from a PAN BCU perspective, but also from an IHC perspective, to see whether there are hotspots there that we can pick up and we can do some targeted work. We're backing up our SMS and our capture by paper by PALS being in the departments as well. So our patient advice liaison service into the departments, supporting the patients in the waiting rooms. As Carol identified earlier, we've done a lot of work in waiting rooms around oversight and support and nutrition, hydration, but we're making sure we're capturing that feedback so it's not being missed. So some of the other things I wanted to talk about was around infection rates. So you'll see that we're doing very well in some of the areas of infection, NSSA, Klebsiella, Pseudomonas. There are some areas where we're having some challenges, and there's been learning reviews across each of the IHCs to identify where those challenges are, and we've got an improvement plan behind each of those IHCs, working very closely with the medical teams and the nursing teams, supported by infection control, to make sure that we can address those challenges. We've also got the HARP team, which is a national infection control support team with Public Health Wales, who are coming in early December to do an oversight for us to see if they've got any recommendations to make improvements. We had them with us a couple of months ago, and it was very, very light feedback that we got. There wasn't anything they specifically identified was improvements required, which is why we're asking them to come back on a deep dive to give us much more context around that. Information around HIW, we had an inspection unannounced in the head fan unit on 2 wards. General feedback was very positive initially. Obviously, we need to wait for the formal feedback and report. There was some requests for immediate assurance around restricted practice intervention training and incident management, and we have given that assurance, and that's been accepted by HIW. There was a number of staff who were due on their training that week, so those numbers have significantly increased to make us compliant on those wards around that training, which is really positive. Noting the inpatient falls and pressure ulcer prevention work, I have a quarterly meeting with the senior teams across the IHCs, and we're seeing significant improvement around the work to oversee that and the improvements around reduction in harm. So we have done deep dives to QSE to give that information, and we'll be following that up as revisits going forward. I'm happy to take any further questions on the report.
Unrhyw sylwadau cwestiynau yn gweld mae yna 4, nawn ni gymryd
Three or 4 questions we'll take Vaughan, Rhian, Pam.
Thank you, Angela, for that. Well, I have a question on the table on audits. There is one that's on red, National Diabetes Audit, Adolescent and Young Adult. I'm just wondering, do we have any further updates about when this report might be submitted?
I'm going to have to take that outside the meeting. Obviously, that's under the purview of the medical director. So I'll take you back to the exec, the deputy exec, and let you know.
Thank you.
Yeah. One, this.
Yeah. Cwynion, yn amlwg maen nhw'n mynd trwy cywir, tydi?
In relation to complaints, they're going through the right processes, but there's a lot of people waiting for about 5 months for a response, and I know it's complicated, but there are weeks and months that pass. So what assurance do you have that this is under control now, that the graph will still go down, Are there any more resources? You talked about wraparound, you know where to target. But 180 days to respond is unacceptable, really, isn't it?
So I absolutely agree with you on it's not acceptable, and we identified that very soon. Obviously, looking at the data and interrogating it, we are working our way through those backlogs. Some of them are very complicated cases that require us to speak to other organisations and also have independent reviews. So if we identify there's something in a complaint that we think we need to do an investigation because of the care delivery, then we will do that. We'll get independent advisors who we secure from the Royal Colleges to doing reviews on medical issues, and we'll get independent advisors for if it's about nursing care to make sure the standards we're assessing are appropriate from a national perspective or an international perspective. So we've had a history of very, very long complaints that have not been answered in the appropriate timescales. What I can say now is the commitment by the IHCs and divisions to look at this is phenomenal. The response that we've had to Carol and I's, challenge to them earlier in the year to say, how are we doing this? I was having weekly meetings up till a couple of weeks ago with each of the IHCs, the directors of nursing, the medical directors, to talk to them, and I know the detail of most of those 37 complaints now that are overdue, because we're working with them to try and support them to get through it. Just this morning, I had an email sent through, as did 50 other people in the organisation, that identified which area, mental health and disability, cancer services, central IHC, etc., which area they had red complaints and which ones were actually tipping over into being overdue potentially, and how many days that was. So that amount of detail gives me assurance that we know the data, we know why, and the teams are stepping up. To reduce from 407 to 37, I think is amazing. My challenge, the national average, the national expectation is 75%. My challenge for next week was 80%. There will always be some that go overdue, because it's a 30 working days that we work to. Some of them, we know when they come in that we're going to have to ask for expert opinion. Commissioning that can take us 6 weeks. So we know we're going to be overdue. But if we can identify what our 1, 2, 3 level complaints are that are 30 working days, and then say 4s and 5s may take longer, but we'll review it, I think we're in a better position.
So that are overdue are kept informed.
Yes.
As a dates and what have you.
Pwynt yna'n bwysig. Tra bod rhywun yn y system, bod ni'n
Yes, once someone is in the system, that we do communicate. Thank you.
To what extent are primary care or community care covered in this sort of quality report? Presumably they're not actually in here in this quality report, but is there another one that sort of covers the other aspects that are not specifically hospital based? Does such a thing exist?
So I would say no, not formally at the moment. So the primary care board that Chris chairs has information that comes through around quality. We need to get the KPIs, the key performance indicators. We need to get the intelligence around what is relevant for primary community care. We do pick up some of the community elements around falls and things like that we're just looking at developing a community care dashboard, like the quality dashboard we've developed for secondary care. But a lot of our services in primary care are independent practices. So we collect the information from, I think it's about 17 managed practices we have, but it's very difficult for us to collect currently. But I'm hoping that Steve will help me with that contract monitoring and that commissioning to allow us to get that data through and be more agile with the information that we've got around primary and community care.
Pam, nesa.
Diolch, David. It's just, I suppose, just to draw the board's attention to those some inquiries earlier in the month about the changes to the mortality death certificate communication
Yeah.
process that were implemented. So
Yeah.
I've just commissioned a briefing from shared services, so I can share that with all
Be
board
really
members so they
yeah.
can understand the processes. So myself and Gareth are having a separate conversation. So I just really wanted to, because that's a new process, it's important for the board to understand some of that. So I think just wanted to highlight that. And the other link, I suppose, really just wanted to, it does link back to the audit committee report. You will see in here around some, I suppose, increased exposure to financial penalties in relation to learning from events reports. So when we have a claim which is supported by the Welsh Risk Board, with the process we have to follow, if we have delays in submitting the learning to an adequate level, then the organisation will receive a penalty. We, as part of the legal team transferring over to myself, I'm identifying a number of processes that need to be reviewed, strengthened. So we're working with my executive colleagues on some of that. So I really just wanted to highlight that because it was a consideration at the audit committee last time. Myself and Russ will be having a conversation around that as well as with other colleagues because of the potential impact in terms of risk exposure. But it's more about have we learned the lessons and can we evidence that properly? And I know that's been a matter the board has been considered. So I just wanted to mention that because I'm conscious Karen's not here today, so but it's the link to the audit committee update as well.
Great. Good for you, Pam. Claire.
Doug, adoption really positive. It's great to see that complaints performance has really been improving, and I think what it shows, doesn't it, is that a really intensive focus, which is really led from the top. That's the impact that we needed to have. So I think there's learning for other areas where we want to improve performance. And I know that the QSE committee has also identified areas for deep dives, which I think also, it's like, I also get the phrase, but it's something like, you know, you focus your time on the things that you're asked to respond to and work through. So thanks to Caroline for that. But I suppose, so one of my first questions is that on the NRIs, the National Reportable Incidents, two things arise to me there, and they're questions for different people, I suppose. So the first question for Steve is, at the moment, what we're reporting here is that we've got 54 open, 12 are overdue, and in May we have 25 overdue. So I could read that and think, great, we're doing very well. But I don't know what that is as a percentage of the cases at the time. So I think there's something about developing the reporting so we can actually see trends a bit more clearly. And then I think I was also conscious that when I looked at the NRIs, there were areas of them this time that felt new to me. So neonatals identified. I think that's the first time I've kind of become aware of that as a board member. So I don't think it's that at this level we need to know the detail. So I guess it's a question for Caroline about whether the QSE committee picks up on those things and then has a kind of further look that means that Caroline can give the board assurance that those areas are being focused on. And then a specific question for Angela around the IHC Central has got kind of double the level of complaints of the others. Are the themes there? Are there certain things we need to be aware of? And then on patient feedback, the ED feedback around our performance, it's about half of what it is generally. And take away the I'm waiting too long one, but on all the other areas, we're under 50%, whereas we're around 80% for other things. Why? Because that doesn't sound like it's all related to the time I'm waiting. Although, is it the case that because of the time people are waiting, the staff really struggle to give the time to people that they would do if they knew there wasn't a queue of. So I guess it just would be good to kind of know a little bit about the things around that. And then finally, for Teresa, I'm not trying to forget the head fan worries me that that's identified as an immediate risk to patient safety, and it's all to do with restraint, and that feels like that's still identifying some themes that we've been aware of have been worrying themes for some time. And so again, I guess then the paper says we've addressed it immediately, great. Have we also looked to see that that is not something that's a problem or an issue for us in every other one of our mental health services as well. So, sorry.
Na, diolch yn fawr Clare, gwerthfawrogi hynny. Dwi'n meddwl am ryw bobl.
That's appreciated, Claire. I think a number of people are coming, but just to answer the question, Steve?
Thank you, Claire.
We'll bring in Teresa and Angela, and then any other questions. Diolch.
Yeah, thanks, Claire. And yeah, I'll work with obviously all exec directors and reports to try and improve that visibility. And I agree, I am a fan of the absolute number and the percentage.
Yeah.
You know, damn license statistics and all that sort of thing. So I agree. I'll work with Angela and other colleagues to improve that visibility.
Very hard. Teresa, ti eisiau pigo fyny mater heddfan yn benodol?
Yeah, os gai, Claire, diolch yn iawn.
If I could answer Claire, yes, you're correct. All of the units are areas that are challenging at times because we want to look after the patients as best we can. As far as the figures, I can give you some assurance that we're in a good place because when we look at the figures of how we're doing in relation to training, statutory training and RPIs, we were only 1 percentage point out in the East, 84% in Hedvan. 85 is the target, so we're over the target in the West and we're over the target in the central area. But we'd fallen just slightly behind. And as Angela said, there were a number of people who needed training at the time. And we've got those figures. So I must say it was disappointing to have the direct assurance. It was only 4 points that we're working on at the moment. And the staff are receiving training. So we are looking carefully at this because restraint is something that's very important to us, but I'd also like to provide the assurance we were only 1 point below the percentage, but 1% too much, of course. It is work that we need to do, and that's where we're at in special measures, and we'll continue with the focus. Grateful to everyone in the health board who are helping us to make sure we're in the right place, which is the ward, the statutory training tied to that, the nursing staff is also important. So I think it'll be a team effort to make sure that we can provide the evidence to the board that we are making improvements. But I can provide certainty that we were only 1 point below, and HIW knew that. They've had that information.
Angela, do you want to come back on anything before I bring Caroline Nessa?
Yeah, is that okay? So regarding the neonatal related incidents, the national reportable incidents, the reason that we've seen the increase is because national reporting has changed. So there is an expectation that we report blood loss, abnormalities, stillbirths, etc. as a national reported incident, whereas previously they would be reported locally. They would be investigated, but they wouldn't go on that register. So that's the difference in that. From the IHC central point of view and their increase of complaints, they started off with a higher number of complaints when we started to do the reduction. They had almost double then. We also have just had a new management team in there. So we've had a new director and we've had a new director of nursing go in as interim, and they are reviewing the systems and processes and aligning them with what happens across the rest of the health board. So we are, the focus is certainly there, and their achievement in reduction is amazing. I think they have probably had the hardest task and have done the most focus and the most reduction, and the systems and processes will sustain, as Vaughan said, the changes will sustain the way that they manage things going forward. Regarding ED feedback, as I said, we're only getting small numbers, and often when you have small numbers, it depends on when those SMS text messages are sent or when the forms are available, and whether there's queues and delays. What I'd like for us to get is a significant response rate similar to what we're getting across the health board. Then we can actually interrogate it a little bit more to enable us to identify whether we've got an issue or not. And then the restraint and training position. I'm the HIW lead in the organisation, and everything comes to me first. As soon as I heard that we had an issue, I requested assurance from each of the areas to identify whether their training was standard, and then I also requested the training plans so that I knew that we had those training opportunities in place and we wouldn't drop down again.
Diolch yn iawn. Caroline.
Ie,
A
diolch yn
wedyn
fawr.
Gareth wedyn nhw'n i ddod y drafodaeth i ben. Diolch.
Ie, diolch yn fawr iawn Claire am y cwestiwn o ran sut mae'r PLC
Thank you about the question about how the PLC works. I think Angela has reported fully in that first part on the MRI end, because that's an example of something that's new. The more we're working for QC, we're doing deep dives on the fragile services. We're looking at everything in turn, and we've had presentations every time by different people. And in relation to detailed reports, there's regular reports. I've been chairing the QSC since April, and I've been more familiar with and what we're concentrating on is that there's improvement in every area, but if there's anything new, and all of the staff who are conducting these, they provide the information and can not only report in detail about the things that are new and are of concern in the reports, but also update us. Any report has been set in a specific period, and quite often, as Angela has said today, about the complaints will have improved by the time we get them, but we're waiting for the most up-to-date information that we get.
Yeah, just a couple of points. I mean, first of all, I just wanted to echo, I think, what Claire said about, it's really encouraging to see the progress that has been made in a relatively short time. So really well done. I just got two specific points. One, you already picked it up, Pam, and I look forward to getting that. But just to say, a number of things about this change in the legislation that intrigue me. One is, and it's always easy to be wise after something's happened, is that about the degree of public awareness of it, because as a member of the health board, I heard nothing about this. It was only, in fact, when a relative experienced it that I started looking it up, and then a few days later there was some press publicity about it. So, I mean, I know it's Wales and England, so it's not just a Welsh thing, but it was interesting and nothing. The other thing that I think is really odd, and I should be interested when I get your note, is that if my understanding is right, that there was very strong guidance before that all deaths that were not going to coroner should be referred to the medical examiner. And now instead of strong guidance, it's statutory. So, but the implication that it's suddenly become an issue rather implies that the guidance was not being followed. So I'd just be interested in knowing a bit about that. Anyway, that's a point of detail, but it's quite important because it also tells us something about our awareness of when statutory or regulatory things change. That even as a health board, I'm sure individual directors were aware of it, but we weren't aware of it. The other thing I wanted to say, which is, I mean, it's sort of a way of making a point, but it's a good point. Despite that one set of red on getting the clinical audit data, generally when you looked at the comments in those columns, it's really positive. And it just re-underlined to me that a lot of our problem, as I know the chair and I have often said this, is that once people get care, it's generally good. It's good, it's good when it's assessed by the experts. People are generally satisfied. But that just makes it even more important that we rise to this productivity challenge about actually getting to treat more people with the resources we've got. So, it's really good to know that the quality of what we're offering is good, but it just shows that we need to get more people who need it to get that support.
Yeah. Just pick up upon one point, Angela, because I think it's significant, the work that's happened around complaints, and I suppose it always raises the questions: why are we concentrating on the complaints rather than the issues that cause the complaints? But actually, it's a resource there. So I'm just wondering how that is spread throughout the organisation, not so much we don't certain percentage for responses, but the themes and the learning, and how are those who deal with patients on a day-to-day basis absorbing that and being given the opportunity to understand what's happening.
Thanks, Chair. So I think the position we were in earlier in the year, we couldn't see the wood for the trees. So we were looking at complaints, but it was about sorting them out. There was lots of overdue. We needed to apply ourselves. As I said, 37 complaints, I could probably tell you the majority of them what were related to. And that's the same for the directors of nursing and the matrons and the heads of nursing. So they all now have a weekly meeting where they come together to look at what complaints have come in that week, what the themes are and what the overdue complaints are. And then they're cascading that information through, and they're getting the ward managers involved, they're getting the department managers involved, they're getting the medical teams involved to say, this is what we're dealing with. Why is that happening? And can we put some application into those areas to make sure that we don't get those complaints again? We're also from a pan BCU perspective, we don't want something to happen in East and not learn from it for West and for Centre. So we've got the organisation learning forum that is meeting and working. The daily integrated concerns hub picks all the complaints out that have come in the previous day, or if it's a Monday, the weekend or the Friday. And each of the IHCs and divisions are actually at that meeting, the governance leads and clinical leads. So they're taking back the information to the teams and to their meeting to say, we've got this coming in, and we can pick the themes out, especially because of the numbers coming in now are manageable. We can actually pick it in and we can actually share it. And that's why I think we're seeing a reduction in the complaints, because of the work that we've been doing to address some of the issues that we're actually having.
That's the central point of it all, I think, the improvement, and this system then helps inform that improvement. So great. Diolch yn iawn. Teresa, ti isio?
Dim ond i ategu be mae Angela di ddeud o Sky.
To reaffirm what Angela has said, realistically, I know for mental health there is so much focus on learning and moving forward and showing evidence that we're making improvements. And what we're doing with the governance officers, as they give feedback, wherever the feedback has come from within the health board, we can then put some small events, simple but effective ones, so that we continue to learn, and that feels very natural within the team. I just wanted to reaffirm what Angela was saying, really. Thank you for that report. Lots of important work happening, lots of development that will assist as we progress and develop and improve. Everyone happy to accept the content of the report? Thank you for all the work. On to the next item. Item 19. Draft response to the Ombudsman's report. Can I note that the content of this letter has gone to the QSC committee as well?
Taken the adroddiad draft, does dim bwriad gen I dechrau golygu'r llythyr yn y bwrdd yma.
I don't intend to discuss or correct, but happy to take any questions. Angela, anything to add?
Chair. Yes, I do wonder. We obviously took it to sorry, it's making the noise. Took it to QSE when we were at a 70% percentage rate compliance. I wonder whether we need to alter it to suggest when we send it in our 77.95% compliance, which is actually meeting and above the average. And just for assurance as well, obviously the numbers are quite high in the letter that came from the Ombudsman. Compared to where we were last year, now we're actually 50% reduced on those Ombudsman requests for further information and investigations. And our turnaround time is actually really good. We've been complimented on it.
Great. Definitely include contemporary statistics, I think, in the letter. To today's date, if we can. Right, we've got 2 or 3 people wanting to ask questions. Felly, Rhian, wedyn Vaughan, wedyn Caroline.
just rhywbeth bach. Os dych chi'n mynd I newid y ffigur.
Very small matter. If you're going to change the figures to be more current, the same is true about the paragraph where you say this is due to be received in September and publication in October. And the copy will be shared. You need to get that to be current as well. Well, a question and a comment, really. I'm glad that Angela said that the percentage is down significantly, but then it says that there's still higher question to the Ombudsman. How much do they expect for the health board of this size so that we can measure that? Because he's saying one thing and then saying another. The letter that goes out saying this is the response to your complaint, are you happy? It's easy for him to say that, but we're challenged to some extent because we offer the Ombudsman in the letter, but the question I would ask back is what would be the percentage that the Ombudsman would expect?
Dwi'n meddwl bod hynny'n bwysig I ni gael y
I think
cyd-destun.
that's important that we have the context so that we can see where we're at.
Caroline,
Iawn,
wedyn
diolch yn fawr iawn.
Claire, dwi'n meddwl.
Wel, dwi'n meddwl fedra I ateb cwestiwn
I
Vaughan,
think I'll
oherwydd
answer Vaughan's question. The Ombudsman's plan is historical. It covers 23-24 up to March, but it's satisfactory to see that the number of the complaints received from patients in the north is similar to what is seen in other areas of Wales as well. So by 1,000 patients, we're not unexpectedly high compared to other areas. But one thing I wanted to draw attention to is Appendix C, because that's an important appendix. The numbers have historically been high, but when you look at the summary and analysis of the Ombudsman of what is happening with complaints, at the end of that table, reports upheld, public interest, so on. I think that's really important because a number of the complaints have been resolved very quickly or haven't been taken further. And that there's no basis to the complaints, but the upheld complaints, I would argue, was quite low in those three categories, and I've seen more up-to-date figures as well. And that figure, just at the moment, over the past months as well, has been surprisingly low compared to the historical pattern, which is encouraging. That there are fewer people going to the Ombudsman, but that the number of complaints that are upheld is much lower. Thank you. Claire, do you want to come in?
I just got one point, Chair, I think we've all covered now. We have scored a bit of an own goal around responding on time to our own deadlines that we've set around action and things. Yes. So I think it's deadlines are always set with good intent, aren't they? I think there's just something about us being realistic about what's practical and possible when we set deadlines, especially when our performance is being reported publicly compared with other people. I think maybe there's just some learning for the organisation that where we've set the deadline and we've only achieved it in 58% of the cases. But I think overall, the fact that only a small percentage of the complaints prompts an investigation from the Ombudsman, I think is really, really reassuring for us to hear. I guess what in the future, what would be nice to think about is that people have been satisfied with our complaints process and therefore do not feel the need to go externally to a third party to then get, if you like, almost a response from a third party that says, no, we don't think there's anything more that we need to do or can do here because the organisation has investigated your complaint thoroughly, has met their own policies and procedures, responded effectively, etc., that there isn't anything for the Ombudsman to investigate. So there is something in there about people having reached the end of our process, ideally not thinking that they should try to go somewhere else, because actually what the evidence is showing us is that we have in many cases dealt with things effectively and thoroughly.
Yes, I think that's a good point, and from experience, I think quite a lot of people get a comprehensive answer, but they don't like the answer,
Yes.
so
Yes.
they turn to someone else to get a different answer.
Yes,
you
and they get the same one.
And they get the same one, yeah. Angela, come back. We're doing Carol, and then we wrap up this.
Thank you. So just on the point of, obviously this is historic. I'm hoping that, you know, we've got a much more positive next year.
Yes.
For a little assurance, during the process of us sorting the complaints overdue out, I've been monitoring how many have been referred to the PSOW and how many have been returned to us that they've not been happy, and we've not seen an increase. So I'm happy that the quality and the information that we're giving is where it needs to be. Obviously, I always want the quality to be better, because I want to make sure the patients are and the families are given the answers and supported timely way, in a good quality way, but we haven't seen an increase. So,
and if there is a complaint, a further complaint, it's not on the basis that we haven't dealt with it correctly. I think that's, you know, that's a really important point, isn't it? Carol.
Yes, thanks very much. I just wanted to comment on a paragraph in the Ombudsman's letter about the numbers of complaints, both in relation to 2021-22 and then the 23-24, because of that significant drop. We're talking quite a lot about numbers. And this is tricky, you know. High complaint numbers good because people are feeding back, or, you know, a low bad, you know, and vice versa. But important to remember that we've been strengthening the PALS system, the Patient Advice Liaison Service, new phone lines. We've been encouraging, you know, on the spot in the wards, in the department, feedback, raising the concern there, so we can deal with it at source. So, you know, there is something about numbers, but you're absolutely right. It's then those that actually translate, once we have dealt with them, to the Ombudsman, and where we have not managed to deal with them effectively is the ones that we really should be focusing on. So I think as we track those through that number, you know, we'll make sure we've got visibility of those numbers.
Diolch yn iawn. Trafodaeth eitha manwl ar hynny, gwerthfawrogi y gwaith, a wedyn
Quite
nawn
a
ni...
detailed discussion, appreciate the work. We'll update the information before we send the information to the Ombudsman.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus I wneud hynny.
Everyone happy to do that? On to item 20, we're running late, just a warning. Yellow alert that we're running behind time. So I'd be glad if you could go through the items as quickly as possible. Item 20 next, which is at the staffing level, nursing level, staffs for October. This is an item that comes to me
Angela,
regularly. Angela. Thank you. So, Chair, as you say, this comes to us on a biannual basis to identify the assessments that have been undertaken and approved by me as accountable for this assessment as part of the Act. So we undertake robust processes which are identified within the report at a ward, a department, a IHC, and then ultimately presenting to myself, finance and HR as a check and challenge meeting to look at where the requirements are. The information in the narrative of the report identifies the changes required for the full year effect, and then in the appendix 2
identifies the changes for spring and for autumn. And this is for information and assurance to the board around the processes are being followed and the act is being followed. In the background, Russ and I have been having conversations around the financial requirements of this and how we make sure that we're meeting the requirements. I can give assurance and discussion with Russ last week that I feel that going forward, the resetting we undertook in 22 and during 23 around nurse staffing levels, I don't anticipate significant changes in the future unless we have ward reconfigurations or things like that. We obviously still have a significant number of areas that are non-staffing Act 25B wards, which we are using the methodology to assess. And we've got some areas of escalation that are open, which obviously have beds that this structure of nursing, the substantive staff do support and cover. But I'm advising the board that I feel the levels we have currently on the Act wards are where they need to be. And for context, we are now only at 7% vacancy rate for nursing across the health board, and we have a 1.7% turnover, which is one of the best in Wales. So we are trying to make sure that our substantive staff are in place so we can reduce our agency spend and reduction on bank to improve quality. And I'm hoping that's having an effect on complaints and the quality of care across the organisation.
Great. Diolch yn fawr, Angela. Unrhyw un eisiau holi rhywbeth unrhyw sylw? Billy, a wedyn Russ, wedyn Mike.
Thanks very much for your report, Angela. It's very helpful. Question concerns the areas not covered by the Act, and being conscious of the frequent and growing instances of corridor care. Have there been or there planned regular reviews of staffing levels in emergency department?
Iawn. Russ, wedyn Mike, a wedyn yn ôl at Angela.
Yeah, so it was really just to emphasise, I suppose, to members. So the initial review back some 23-24 commencements in the financial planning that required a circa £10 million increase in our workforce around the staffing act compliance areas. The current review that's before us today adds a further £2.4 million worth of additional costs into the baseline for the health board. So clearly that is a challenging financial climate for us to work within with these ratios and rosters moving upwards. Although we're assured obviously within the Nurse Staffing Act that we are now compliant, and so that is obviously a clear aim for us. It just puts that pressure back onto all the other areas. So essentially we're looking at around a £12.5 million increase within the last two financial years within our nursing workforce for these areas, and further reviews that are being undertaken for other areas may add further pressure to that as well. So just to give you some financial context, and I think the report is for endorsements actually in terms of those increased establishment areas, just to be really clear. So if we sign this report through, then we will move the rosters, and clearly we need to put the budget in there, otherwise we'll run into pressures as we try to recruit. The danger, of course, is with the agency position and having to use agencies essentially therefore to fill these rosters in the short term, running at that 7% gap. What we're doing is effectively increasing the vacancy level that we have and the requirement for temporary workforce in the short term.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, looking forward, does the introduction of the nursing associate grade in Wales, agreed earlier this year, does that make this sort of activity easier for you, Angela, or does it just make it more complicated? Does it give you more flexibility than you have at the moment?
Thanks, Mike. Maybe come back on those points, please.
Thank you. So from the non-act wards, we instigated a review process to make sure that we replicated the assessments. So we don't use the methodology as in the staffing level numbers in the 25B wards. We look at triangulating the harms, the professional judgment, and looking at the areas to make sure that we're doing full and comprehensive review. We have undertaken the emergency quadrant reviews, and Russ and I discussed them last week, looking at where the requirements are, some of the requirements for corridor, and looking at how we're monitoring waiting rooms and things like that, have suggested that we need to look at some of those areas. However, the areas have been utilising those staff to cover those areas. So I'm comfortable that we are safe in those areas currently, and that we just need to formalise. And as Russ said, we will be looking at those areas together to make sure that we can align those budgets and identify where that pressure is from a temporary workforce and then to a more substantive workforce. Obviously, when we've got the throughput through the organisation, improved flow, etc., it might be that we need to do again a readjustment to identify where we are and what the capacity within those departments are. We have got some obviously environmental issues within certain ED departments as well around space. So you know, we want to make sure there's a balance of safety, utilisation of resources, but also making sure we're working the system as it needs to, rather than relying just putting more nurses in there, which isn't the answer. Russ, yeah, we've had those conversations, haven't we? And you know, I was when I first started in post, I think my first board meeting was very clear around the Nurse Staffing Act and where we needed to around compliance with that, and I'm really grateful to the board for supporting the movement and making sure that we have got the appropriate nurses in the appropriate areas across the health board. And then nursing associates, Mike, I think it's a real opportunity for us in Wales to pick up nursing associates. I led on a lot of the work in England, and I'm looking at the parameters of practice for Wales to make sure that we're not overstepping the roles of registrants. I think the Act isn't going to change, and there will still be expectations of the number of registrants at an RN level rather than a nursing associate. So I think it's about us looking at workforce planning and redesign and identify care around the patient and what is appropriate, rather than just looking at what a methodology numbers would mean. It's about how we reconfigure what we're doing. So I'm excited, but I think it's going to be more complicated than making it simpler.
Diolch yn iawn. So
to come back, I just said that I'm really pleased to hear that nursing associates won't be replacing that side.
No. Right. Diolch yn iawn drafodaeth ar hynny. Just i gadarnhau bod y papur yma, droddiad yma.
Just to confirm that the reports asked us to check and to get assurance that we achieve our responsibilities, our statutory responsibilities. Is everyone happy?
Ardderchog, diolch mawr iawn i chi a diolch am y gwaith ar y droddiad yna eto. Sy'n mynd â ni ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf.
For that, we go to item 21 next. People and culture, and there's an opportunity for David as the chair to draw attention to anything arising from the People and Culture Committee, and then we'll turn to Georgina to present the Values and Behaviours Framework. Thank you. I'll assume that everyone has read the report. I won't go through it. This committee is developing quickly. We've had a session about how we form the committee and what we'll concentrate on moving forward, what we bring to the board. The most exciting thing, one of the most exciting things, is the work on the values framework and behaviour framework that Karen George is going to talk about. There is important work happening there. but it's exciting to see that developing. A few other things that came to my attention.
Ac ella edrych ar sut allwn ni wneud mwy o ran arolwg staff.
And we can do more in relation to staff reviews.
Dyna ni, ond felly dwi'n meddwl
I think that's all from me. I'll turn to Carol and George for that.
Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn adroddiad dyweddol cadeirydd y pwyllgor yna. Diolch yn iawn. Ac symudwn ni at yr adroddiad.
We'll move on to the actual report. Carol, first of all, and then George will come in.
Diolch, David, and the members of the People and Culture Committee. Well, and to be quite frank, all members of the board have been very active in relation to the values and behaviours framework. It is, of course, the role of the board to set the culture and the expectations that will help us to deliver our strategic objectives and all of our duties that are held under our stewardship. So I'm particularly pleased that we are looking today to approve our new values and behaviours framework. It is part of our commitments that we made back in September 2023 to take forward a fresh look at our values. It's been really helpful because colleagues have been able to give a reflection on the past and values and behaviours work, and some reflection in particular about whether it's had the impact and the traction that we would have, I'm sure our predecessors would have wanted as well. So there's a little bit in the appendix on that. And with that said, it's been particularly important to co-design these values and behaviours, and the report outlines the steps that have been taken to include as many people as possible, their thoughts, their views, several iterations of the values and behaviours. Now, we'll never please all of the people all of the time, and some people would prefer this word to that word, but on the whole, I think that the team have sought to find, the right way, the best way, most perhaps generally acceptable way forward. So it's a small number of core values. They will matter for staff, for our patients and our partners, and I think that's really quite important, that when we're working with partners, and Helen's doing a lot of work on our objective about being a good partner, that these are some of the words that we would like to hear said about how we operate. I'm just going to see if George would like to add something.
Yeah, so thanks, Kel. For me, I think it's just important to note that this is part of the journey. So agreeing the values and behaviours is the first bit. And actually the diagram on page 9 about all the policies and the processes and the things that we need to weave them into is equally as important, if not more important, in terms of how we embed that in the organisation. Thank you.
And so with that in mind, there's the commitment about the implementation plan development, back to the People and Culture Committee in particular, and then as George says, the even harder work starts on making sure it's fully embedded in all that we do. Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. Sylwadau, cwestiynau, nifer bobl.
Questions and comments. A number of people.
Wedyn Gareth.
Gareth, Eartha, Rhian and Claire. Just a brief comment. I welcome this very much. I think this is great, and I'll correct what you've said. I think the first step was to accept that you need this, and that's a big step. So this is down the line, I think. Thank you very much. Great work. Thank you for that comment. Eartha, then Gareth, then Rhian and Claire.
I really like it. I really like this, how specific it is. I think that's really, really helpful when we're trying to change culture. I do have a question, and it may be too soon, but obviously we want to recruit the people that are going to fit the organisation, and this framework goes to both culture and productivity. I see with the accountability, so just, you know, this is going to be shared with all the recruitment paperwork so that those signals are really strong there, questions in the interview, all of that. That's fantastic. Thank
absolutely.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Gareth?
Yeah, I think generally, I think it's been an exemplary process as far as I understand it, and I take Carol's point and companies of all people all the time. Yeah. I think the explanation of the behaviours is really good and clear, and I think it's good that we've narrowed it down. My one reservation, it's particularly about the first one, compassion, which I have no reservation at all about that being a core value, but the people that we serve seem absent. So when you look at the two things that we say, we will take care of each other within the organisation. That's the implication, and a good place to work, learn, and succeed. What about to be a patient? So that bothers me actually, and I don't at this stage. I know just as Carol said, you can't keep everybody happy, but I just think we need to find a way of putting the message out there. We put it out to the general public that all of that is a means to an end.
Great. Yes.
But I think we could actually be a bit cleverer about the way in which we explain compassion that's a bit more inclusive than I think it currently is. But I certainly won't object to it. I think it's great progress. I want to sign it off, but just that's my hapeth worth.
And maybe frame it in that way that this is so that we can serve the population of Northwoods.
I think that was my point really, is that it's inward looking at us, but it's not, in my view, sufficiently outward looking in how we interact with our partners, with our public, with our patients. And I think all the behaviours and values have got to be equally applicable in our interactions, 100% interactions, not just some of them. So it's the same point as Gareth's made, but he probably made it more clearly.
Well, Claire?
Again, I think there's been such great work done on this. I think, when I look at where it started and where it is now, definitely the organisation has listened to the feedback it's had from a whole host of both internal and external stakeholders. So that's really good. I think it was just, 2 points about implementation, really. We need to be realistic about how long it will take to embed culture change. And as board, and I'm one of the worst, we can be, in terms of our expectations around pace and how fast things can change, I think we just need to be really realistic that this will, to do it well and do it right and make it lasting, we have to accept, I think, that to be able to look back and say, these are the values and behaviours now that we see everywhere in this organisation, with every interaction with the patient, with every interaction between colleagues. We're probably talking about 5 years from now, if we're really honest. And I think the other things about implementation, and just to suggest that it's so important in the early stages that we really focus on management and manager training and manager coaching and manager support, because if our managers manage and lead well, that will just undoubtedly enable our staff to live and behave by these values day in, day out. So it's just really crucial that we focus a lot of our energy and time on managers at all levels as we start to roll it out. So thank you very much.
Caroline?
Yeah, I take it that this framework is really a little bit more inward facing, and I completely see where Gareth is coming from. But it maybe should reflect our outward facing work with patients and families as well. But I think I take it from having been involved in the evolution of this framework, that this is very much about how we work externally as an organisation, how we work with staff, how we value each other, respect each other. And it's a reflection of where we are now and where we've come from in our recent past. The appendix gives some really useful information about previous iterations of this, going back over 13 years. But for me, this is very much a reflection of where we are and the recent context.
Yeah. Carol, i ddod nôl, wedyn nawn ni ddod â'r drafodaeth y de.
Diolch. So thank you. Thanks for all of that. And we will make sure that the team that's been working on this, is we share your positive feedback about their work actually, because they've been really committed to it, as you can see by the amount of engagement there's been. So I think it's an interesting one. Is it aimed internally? Is it aimed at patients? Is it? And we've tried to take that broader look, and that's the framing of it really. But actually, if we're compassionate, open and respectful with each other, that will impact on our patients and our communities, etc. So I don't think there is a differentiation necessarily about those different groups. We're just trying to move, in a direction. And I thank Claire for her comments, because when we're all focused on performance and the next metric, and this, it's so tempting to go, well, if we fixed it, type of thing. This is stuff that takes some time. That said, there is, you'll have seen in the implementation, an element of measurement about, well, how are we doing? And we do need to come back to that matter, David, that you raised about how we get that feedback on a more continuous loop. So we'll look at those things as well. But if colleagues are content that we make sure we frame some of this in the way that it does impact on all of the people that we will be working with, that would be great.
Grêt, diolch yn iawn. Pam hapus i dderbyn adroddiad yna gan diolch.
Everyone happy to accept the content of that report, thanking you for the excellent work that is happening and looking forward to seeing the developments for the future.
Pam yn hapus efo hynny,
Everyone
diolch
happy with that? Thank you. It's now 1:25. We'll break for lunch. Please feel free to go for a coffee and we'll reconvene at 1:45. And the meeting will start at 1:45 on the dot. So please rush back by that time. Thank you.
I gyfarfod Bwr Iechyd Brifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Diolch am ail ymuno â ni. Mae gennym ni nifer o eitemau ar y rhaglen pnawn yma wrth i ni parhau gyda'n gwaith. A'r eitem nesaf ydy eitem rhif 25 ac adroddiad sicrwydd y cadeirydd am Pwyllgor mae o'n cadeirio perfformiad cyllid a llywodraethu gwybodaeth. Felly, troi at y ti am y adroddiad yna.
Yes, I won't detain members with, I'm sure you've all read the report. I do want to just emphasise though this point of escalation. And I think it'll be coming back to PFIG at our meeting in December. But I would like the board to be conscious and hopefully supportive. I will highlight the particular example, but it's more of a generic problem. That we had we're going through the in turn each of the IHCs and the divisions. We had a presentation from the cancer division, and one of the main problems they've got is they've got money from our planned care non-recurrent funding. Unsurprisingly, they tried to advertise 2 oncologist consultant posts on 6-month fixed-term contracts, and surprise, they couldn't appoint to it. And of course, the knock-on effect of that is they're then have got locum staff in who are charging much more higher rates. So that becomes a financial problem as well as a problem about dealing with planned care backlogs. So, I mean, clearly, we have to be careful, and I absolutely, as chair of the Finance Committee, I absolutely understand why we've got to be cautious about using non-recurrent funding and then saying, well, actually, but we'll just take a flyer on putting somebody in a permanent post. But I think sometimes we will just have to do that. And particularly rather than waiting till next year, with some, and I'm not just singling out the cancer posts, but some of these posts selectively, we need to get our head and get people in, because if only that were the only reason why our planned care performance is poor, it's not. But that is also an ingredient of it. So I just wanted to sort of explain to people about that. And I don't know if the rest wants to comment and shoot me down. I don't think he will shoot me down, but you know, I know it's a balancing act. But I think at this stage of the year, we've just got to be brave on some of these things.
Well, particularly in those services that are so crucial for the health and well-being of the population. We know we've talked about those fragile services quite a lot today, and certainly part of that answer is our ability to recruit to these key posts. And we know that it's a very competitive market that we're in. We also know, given that it's a competitive market, we won't be able to compete if we just offer 6-month terms to people. Challenging, of course, finances, all the rest of it, absolutely. So we need to do something. If we're going to get particularly oncology to the place it should be, this has got to be one of those major steps. So Russ, your thoughts about that before bringing Carol in?
Yeah, Chair, yes. So first of all, just to focusing on planned care funds. So the planned care funding in the previous financial year was non-recurrent. The £34 million of the planned care funds we've received in the current year are recurrent. So I think there is a bit of a coordination piece of work needed to make that message clear through the planned care teams and out into the divisions and the areas. And what we need to see is therefore then those business cases coming through so we can support those recurrently and we can get straight out to advert. There is a secondary issue, so there are a significant amount of services and posts that are reliant on the health board securing the £82 million, and I'll touch on that when we get into the finance report. And clearly there's an awful lot of staff and teams that need that advance notice to be able to go out to recruitment. We can't tell them 31st of March and have continuity of service that we're going to continue into the new financial year. So we will need to take a risk-based decision on a number of those services that we absolutely have to support as we go forward, even if that gives us that financial challenge going into 25-26, and we have to have that conversation sooner rather than later. So not quite Christmas Eve, but the 23rd of December is where we're going to have that fabulous debate.
Yeah. Unrhyw un arall efo sylw ar y adroddiad? Gareth?
I just say, if we waited to Christmas Eve, he could be like Scrooge and by his visions into a model of generosity.
Carol, some comments on that?
Yeah, thank you. And that, I referred earlier to January, to having that real check and challenge and making some decisions, because actually the money doesn't stretch to what we need. Where do we make the choices? Can I just a word on oncology, really? And this is a very quite fast changing, I guess, specialty. Because 20 years or so ago, you may have chemotherapy once or twice. Actually, patients were having 4, 5, 6, 7th line interventions these days. So we often look at the front end of the pathway to diagnosis and then initiation of treatment, but not the very long term. It's something I've raised with Welsh Government, because when we're looking at some of the metrics, performance and activity, we need to be looking across. And I did a visit recently to the North Wales Cancer Centre. I had not enough time there, but enough opportunity for the colleagues to update. So I think as we get into the plan and a bit more of the detail, we start to put that sort of longer term investment plan together, Gareth. So thanks for flagging it.
Diolch yn iawn. Mike?
Just to follow up what Carol was saying there, are we in building into our budgets? The progress of cancer has been relentless. 1 in 8, 1 in 4, 1 in 2. Are we budgeting for 1 in 1? Because the curve, it's not flattening out, is it? So that means more expense, more.
So perhaps the general question is, are we aligning our finances with future demand, not just present day demand?
Yeah, exactly.
See, Steve wants to say something about that, and Russ as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you. A lot of this comes down to service planning and demand capacity planning in a 3 or 5 or even longer term cycle. So as a health board here, we're very rich on data. We need to be looking at the sort of trends in demand. So whether we're talking about cancer demand, community demand, primary care demand, and building that into our financial assessments, our activity assessments, and performance assessments, so that we can then make the best informed choices around prioritization or the areas that we know there'll be constraints somewhere in the system, whether it's workforce, whether it's finance, or even physical state. But I think until we do that detailed piece of work across, particularly our services that are challenged, we won't truly know the answer, and it'll help then shape our clinical service plan, workforce recruitment, and so on and so forth. And Gareth, you're absolutely right in terms of when is the point to make that decision, and then the evidence base that we've got to make it on. Because if it's a known issue, not funding it doesn't make it go away.
Right. Russ.
So a similar point really. So I think the 3-year model, that's why the 3-year plan is so important.
Yeah.
And also why the finance model has to be agile, because we're catching up, and we need to understand that demand capacity model so we can look at disease prevalence over that 3-year period, and we can match our service models and our resources and our workforce manpower. The recruitment model is going to be the most challenging actually to compete with that area, because the individuals are not there. So how do we satisfy that workforce component? But that's why essentially we are in a strange place in one sense, because we can quantify the figures and we know what we've got now. But once we've done that work, until we've done that work, we won't know what we need to gear up to as we move forward through that model. And we, as I say, will have to be agile in moving those resources across to where the service need sits.
And it's a great question, Mike. It's a really good question to get us thinking in that bigger space rather than always in today. So my answer is we've got to focus on prevention as well. Some cancers are preventable with a healthy lifestyle. So I think there's, going back to the earlier discussion. And then the big challenge for us to get our heads around is diagnostics, because there's a big ambition about picking up cancer earlier because survival rates are much better then. But are we geared up with our diagnostics? And that might be about MRI scanners, but it might be about other modes of diagnostics as well. So I think this is a great one for the big strategy and the services plan.
Yeah. Mae clinical services. Great. Diolch yn fawr. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad?
Everyone happy to accept the content of the report? By the Performance Committee, and thank you to Gareth and everyone for the work. Next item 27. I think Russ.
Diolch, Chair. So I'll wish you through the headlines if I may. I'm sure people may have some questions after. So just a refreshment, 19.8 million deficit plan set for the financial year. Within that plan, it obviously doesn't hit the key first duty, so we don't break even, of course, so it's important to emphasise that position. But that was our plan, and it was below our control target of the 20 million deficit. So we're below our control target, but not hitting that key first duty. Included in that is a retention. So we effectively had the £82 million that we'd had for 3 years up until the 23-24 financial year. Welsh Government endorsed that carrying across into our position. So we got that £82 million, and that's non-recurrent this year. And that reflects to some of the conversation we've had in the Welsh Government have confirmed if we can deliver our plan this year, that can become as for the 25-26 year and all of our future years. So there's a really big prize at the end in retention of that 82 million. And that's the decision. If we can be assured on the plan and the earlier conversation, then we can be assured to take steps to permanently recruit into that 42 million. Otherwise, we've got more of a challenging conversation as to what we do. So what the other key component was hitting £48 million worth of savings. We've actually got to 49.4 as a running total. So we've got over the line, so that's really positive. There's an awful lot of work gone on with my team, but the wider organisation, operational teams, clinical colleagues. So it's a massive thanks and a feather in our cap. From a standing start, we've got to a position where we fit plan in terms of savings delivery. And then, of course, it's circa £40 million full year effect. So the challenge is to hit the target and then to hit the target recurrently. So on that model, next year, we would have a £10 million savings non-delivery that will give us a problem. So that's why it's sort of amber at the moment on the ratings. So we push to get that full year effect up to the 48 million in any given year. But it's fabulous performance really from everybody. So credit to all. There is an opportunity there, of course, so you forgive me for saying that we now have 3 or 4 months where we can focus on building the opportunities as we go into the new financial year. So what we don't want is to have a savings ask and then go into the new financial year and start trying to find savings. So building that pipeline now. I have to say we have to move into that transformational agenda, and the value sustainability approach I think will help us massively to do that. So we've got to get into that space now. We're getting into that space and everybody's sighted on us moving forward in that direction. We've also, however, got a 21.4 million deficit year to date. So our year to date deficit is higher than our planned deficit at close of the financial year. That is clearly not where we want to be. We are £9.9 million away from plan adverse variance year to date. We think we've got a forecast risk of circa 20 to 25 million. And we've done some incredibly detailed work with all of the areas directorates to come up with those values on run rates. So to put that into context, we need to find £20 million or spend £20 million less in the last 4 months than what we were planning to do. To put that into a wider context, I guess, is we spend about £190 million a month. So we've got about £780 million still to spend, and it'd be nice if that was £760 million instead, and then we could plan. There's a lot of escalation happening behind the scenes. We've gone through the integrated performance executive delivery group also. We've had those conversations with the leadership teams out in the areas and the operational teams, and we've given a trajectory to improve a 1.5% ask across those areas. They're going away to work on what were the control mechanisms that can be endorsed between now and close of the financial year and see what they can come back to in terms of revised forecasts. We've got some key meetings. So the 10th of December, we're having a refresh to see where those trajectories take us. We've got a further escalation meeting with Chief Exec on the 17th of December. 18th of December, we're back into integrated performance executive delivery group to understand and be assured, and then we'll be passing that assurance back through to PFIG on the 23rd. 23rd is going to be an interesting pre-Christmas, hopefully a pre-Christmas celebration, an assurance that we can get there. And if we can get there, of course, that £82 million is ours, and we can have those conversations about releasing those funds and where our risk appetite sits on releasing those funds, so officers can go and start recruiting substantively to service. The other part of the paper that I'll refer to is capital. And just to note in capital, we are slightly behind plan. We have made more slippage available for the Llandudno project. So we are falling slightly behind on that project. We are escalating with the provider. I have a meeting with the directors to go through their cash model. We've shared that with Welsh Government, and we are making sure that we don't have any more slippage within that project, but it's still due to open summer to autumn of the following financial year. The rest of the projects, although we are slipping, we are assured from going through the different models that we will spend the resource before close the financial year. So it's really important. We have to be within £500,000 of our spend profile. We can be £500,000 short, but we can't go over. So that is a key ask of us to understand and make sure we're monitoring that. I am getting the assurances that we can get there. So to give that assurance back to the health board. And again, we'll talk that through at P if we can keep that oversight going. And then the final part of the paper is just in terms of, we have to ask what we want as cash cover. So we have a deficit plan, £20 million deficit plan. We can only ask once for strategic cash support. So we have to ask because we've got an £18 million cash problem just by hitting plan.
Yeah.
There is a further question mark in the report. So at the moment, we are 20 million away. So we could ask for 50% of that, for example, to be cash back through. We are working away from plan. If we do that, it might be a signal to Welsh Government that we are also not looking to attain plan. There is that challenge. And actually it wouldn't align with what we're trying to do in the next month either. And we could be asking for more cash than we need, ultimately, if we can assure ourselves on delivery of the plan. But I do put that before members only because this is our one and only opportunity to add more cash to the ask if we want. It has to be with Welsh Government by the 5th of December. So we won't know the plan is assured by then. As I say, my recommendation is to absolutely go with the 18, but there is a conversation if members feel that we should go for an extra 10 and ask for the 28. I have had preliminary conversations with Welsh Government. They've told me that they will respond if we ask for the 28 million. But they won't direct a decision through the executive. They understand why, as a health board, we may look to cover cash deficit. The way we would manage it as a team, so just to be really clear, we spend circa 80-90 million pounds on non-paying contracts. So we could contain that level of slippage, but it may impact on the timeliness of our being able to make payments to our suppliers of goods and services. So we can manage it through a slippage in payment models, and it would only be because of the volume that we actually see. But it's just to make members aware there is that risk.
Yeah. At a time where some of those suppliers will be quite focused on cash flow themselves, of course.
Yes.
So yeah.
Very interesting.
Question I also want Gareth, and I wanted to come back to that suggestion about our ask from government, and we come to a wise decision on that one. So, Gareth.
Well, just to start with that, I very much want to endorse what Russell's recommending. I think that's the right thing to do. I think if we find ourselves in a slightly sticky position, as you said, it's only really at the month end of March, isn't it, that we start to have a problem. I also want to say, sorry, what I want to say was, first of all, was I wanted to express sort of my gratitude really for, I think, the clarity of the reporting we're now getting on finances. And I particularly want to say that because I want to say thanks to Russ. I also want to say thanks to Andrea, who I think is, was it her last day yesterday or today? Anyway, Tomorrow, okay, well, that's good. So you can say that, you know, she's done a fantastic job on secondment to us, and I just want to recognise that. Just a couple of points, really. I think that, you know, the emphasis right at the start on page 1 about the cost of delayed discharges, it goes back to that point about how frustrating it is that we're not making more progress on, and I take exactly what Emma said about, but about, you know, how can we reduce the costs either by speeding up the throughput, which is ideal, or if not, by managing the patients in a less expensive and more appropriate way. I also want to say I think that the performance on savings is really good. Unless I misunderstood this, what I've read in the past from the Wales Audit Office is that the relative performance of recurrent and non-recurrent is very far from what they think we should be seeing. Whereas with this, we're actually quite close. I mean, I take the point about that, but the fact we've got full year of 40 million, I think if that's, and if that's genuine, if that's deliverable, then I think that's a really pretty good result. So I do think that needs to be recognised. And then I've just got a couple of questions, really. So one is agency pay started to creep back, particularly in the district hospitals, and it's before the winter pressures you'd have thought really bite. So I'm just wondering what's going on there under the surface. And the other question was on the non-pay expenditure. I know it's been I know it's difficult to judge this because it's only over like 1 month, but a very sharp increase in the secondary care drugs. And to what extent is that, do we think that's containable? And how much is it just to do with the cost of new therapies that are being approved by NICE or whatever that are being approved?
Great deal. Question.
Can I come back on this?
Yeah.
So yes, it would be great. Obviously, it's as the discussion earlier suggested, it's not good for the finances. It's not good for the patient either to be in an area where they're effectively deconditioning. So, so anything we can do to make that better is absolutely a positive on both fronts. In terms of savings performance, I've always targeted about a 60%, 60-40% recurrent, non-recurrent. But I've always tried to get 100% recurrent on full year effect. So that means on 1st of April, everything we've got in place would deliver the recurrent savings ask, and hopefully a little bit more, because it means we're ahead of the game when we go into the new financial year, if that's the case. So I think that's our aspiration. That's what I've tasked the teams to do, just so we start next year with a clean slate or possibly a little bit of a positive. So the savings are 100% full year effect delivered. In terms of the non-pay secondary drugs, I've got escalation meetings with Lois Lloyd, who is our chief pharmacist. It's not, I don't think it's NICE that's driving it in the implement movement, and there are some price increases there. So we are testing within secondary care what's driving that price hike. There are some biosimilars that are coming online that we believe will bring that straight back. So the good news is it'll bring it straight back, but we absolutely need to understand what has kicked that on. There's quite a bit of work as well in terms of reserve allocation because of the NICE drugs. So for NICE drugs, we have to implement once approved, but there's only non-recurrent funding in year. So year on year, that becomes a recurring pressure for us and it builds up. So trying to model that through is real challenging. And again, we're setting up quite a piece of work. We've also got prescribing, which is giving us pressure. So we're trying to make sure this working group can cover all three and give us a really good sound position on our drugs. Secondary care has gone up though. We do think biosimilars will offset it as we move forward. So that's possibly good news. And then in terms of the overspends around ED, I've had some preliminary conversations and the suggestion is we've gone into the enhanced protocols already, and that's driven some additional pressures, mainly predominantly through the ED department. In YGC in particular, they've effectively seen an increase in beds. So they've opened an area that previously they've closed as well. So they've driven nursing agency as well as medical agency, unfortunately. So we're having conversations about the opportunity to come back out of those beds, but obviously it's very pressured at the moment.
Carol, just on that,
particularly on that. I just wanted to add one more bit to the agency picture. So yesterday we had the integrated performance exec delivery group, and we start to get into a discussion, and we'll get into it in more detail at the next meeting about our sickness rate. It's 6.1%, and if we think about, in a general sort of budgeted establishment, we're usually looking for something less than 4. So, and for our size, that 2 percentage points is quite a lot of people. So we've got that, and then there's a lot of the narrative here about medical workforce. There's a couple of developments. We met recently with the Joint Local Negotiating Committee, the BMA, agreed a whole host of work areas, including job planning and the establishment of a medical workforce function. So we really, it's an area for development, because we would want to be moving to a much more stable workforce for medicine.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw arall, unrhyw bwynt? Os nad oes, gawn ni ddiolch.
Anyone else with any points? If not, can we thank you for that report?
O ran y tîm sy'n gweithio yn yr adran gyllid ag Andrea.
Thank you to everyone in the finance department and Andrea.
Pob dim mae hi wedi gwneud I gefnogi'r gwaith.
Thank you for all the work that you've done to support and to wish her well.
Angen offer cyfieithydd newydd falle rhywun oes neu dych chi'n iawn.
New translation kits needed in the room. Everyone happy to accept the content of the report? Next item, 27, the integrated performance report.
I'm sorry, Steve.
No, it's Steve.
So, the performance report, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. So before you is the performance report to month 7. The report style and format is the same as that you would have experienced previously. And what we're trying to do is report on the correct suite of indicators to the board, and shine a light in particular on those that we're delivering that are far from target. We report in the traditional 4 quadrant domains of this health board setup. So that's quality and safety, access and activity, people and organizational development, and finances. And there are a number of indicators in the performance report where we're not only failing the target, but where we have failed the target and we've submitted an improvement trajectory, we're then failing that. So whether we're talking about some of the elements in planned care or in urgent care. Now, that is an issue obviously going forward. We, behind every number is an actual patient, so we do need to make that improvement journey to correct some of these performance issues. The report itself at the moment, I will make some improvements in some areas, because I can already sense the sort of a couple of questions of the what if and what next and so what. So we will increasingly move the report to include more mitigations, more delivery confidence, and revised trajectories. Because the report itself is a retrospective look at the performance. We need to know as an organisation where we're headed to, and we've heard this morning, whether it be Angela, Russ, or Imran, around some of the improvements we're trying to make. We need to then document that, enumerate it, and then see the performance coming through. Because clearly there are a number of issues that we need to resolve. So what I thought I would do is just introduce some of the quadrants, and then hand over to the respective director in this area. So from a quality and safety perspective, we've had no never events for the last 4 months. As Andrew said, significant improvement in the closure rates for complaints. Some of the infection rates remain above target, and this clinical coding that's been escalated, because that's an ongoing concern. So Angela, any further comments in that area?
Thank you.
Dylan,
yeah, just to say on the coding side of things, I think it's I don't think we need to say it's a significant risk anymore, because we've addressed the issue. Well, we're on the way to addressing the issue. We've recruited 7 trainees who are really getting up to speed quick. So we're doing 3,000 a week now to the 75% compliance. line that we've agreed to. I think the issue is that the reason that looks bad is because we're doing the stuff from last December. We're catching up from the backlog. So just to say, it's possible to alter that, it's no longer a significant risk. We've got a trajectory back up.
There you are. Yeah.
And then thank you both. From a people and organisational perspective, the report highlights the turnover rates for nursing and midwifery are at circa 1.7%. Our sickness we've mentioned is around 6%. Clearly our agency and our agency bill as a percentage of our overall pay bill is at around 5% as was reported, which is sort of too high and clearly an opportunity to both improve the financial performance and continuity of care. So I mean, Georgina, did you want to comment on it?
Yeah, just a couple of bits. So as you mentioned, sickness remains fairly static in terms of the trend across the year. Just to say that teams are active in supporting with interventions with managers, and we're in the middle of rolling out support for managers in terms of training, and it is something that's on the forward work programme for the People and Culture Committee. And just to acknowledge the downward trend in turnover, I know it's something we've discussed before here, and particularly in the people who've less than 1 year service, nearly a 3% improvement on that in year, which is good, still high, but that's positive. And just a very quick note around the open disciplinary cases, just to inform people we're working in partnership with trade union colleagues to roll out just culture training to the people teams and trade union colleagues, ready for when we roll that out to the organisation. Thank you.
Yeah. Clearly the activity, accessory and performance component of the report is the most comprehensive in terms of the number of indicators that we measure, but obviously the area of our greatest challenge. So just drawing a few of these out. So mental health, both for adults and children's, the target time for assessment and then interventions, we're not meeting those targets at present. And neurodevelopmental weights are a particular concern, and that is an issue across the whole of the NHS, across England and Wales. And I know work is ongoing to try and improve both the criteria for access, but also the capacity and pathways itself. From an urgent care perspective, as I referenced earlier, we're not only failing to the actual target, we're failing our trajectories in a number of areas, both for A&E, for our performance, the number of patients waiting in our department, 12 hours or more, and over 24 hours also. But there is a significant amount of work going into this area, as we heard this morning, through the winter plan, to the 12 weeks of improvement plan, 50k challenge, winter system, and so on and so forth. What we want to do as a team now is plot those improvements to see where they may get us to. So I'm not sure, Imran, on urgent care, whether you wanted to comment wider, particularly on mental health.
You've covered it extensively. Thank you.
Okay. From a planned care perspective, again, the report brings out some of the consistent themes across the NHS, but also of relevance to this health board. So our cancer performance is not where it should be for the 62-day access standard, and we've struggled with that target all year. And a lot of that is demand-led, as Mike and others have referred to, in terms of the increase in the demand. So it's what we do going forward that's most important. Now, similarly, the 8-week diagnostic target, we've currently got 8,200 patients waiting over the 8-week standard. We've submitted an improvement trajectory to Welsh Government to get that down to 3,000 by the end of March. So that is a tall order, which we will have to monitor closely to ensure that happens. And even when it does happen, there's still a challenge that immediately rolls over into the new financial year. But there is some good news in this. I mean, audiology times have come right down, and they've been escalated because of the improvement that it's showing. So we will de-escalate that as an indicator soon. And also long waits So the total waiting list size for Betsy is actually increasing because demand is going up, and that's consistent across the whole NHS. Where we are making progress is in extreme long waiting reduction. But you know, and it's quite easy to say that, but the extreme weights are an issue because of the length of them. We're not talking a little bit over the target. We're talking a long way over the target. So we again working with the teams. We've given a commitment to reduce the current level of patients waiting over 2 years, which is circa 11,000, to get that number down to about 5,000 by the end of this current financial year. There's additional funds being made available to by Welsh Government to facilitate that, and we've had to step up the oversight and the assistance through either additional insourcing, outsourcing, additional commissioning, but also that oversight and assistance on almost a daily basis to ensure that we're moving in the right direction, because it's really important and vital that we do. So, I mean, Russ, from a sort of just plan care perspective and the IMRAN as well, any further comments on that?
So, I mean, I think that's a really good summary, Steve. So, just to emphasise that these waiting times were going in the wrong direction only 4 or 5 months ago. We stemmed that tide, and effectively the gradient for all the graphs for extreme weights are on a significant downward trend now. Some of the extreme weights are hard to treat specialties, so we've had to go to the market. Those contracts for insourcing and outsourcing are coming to fruition, are going to commence hopefully this side of the calendar year, and certainly by when we move into January 25. So the extreme weights, we should see a significant reduction in some of those areas as we go forwards, which is great. The 104 trajectories we've put back to Welsh Government. On the back of those submissions, they've allocated us £7.2 million, £7.3 million, sorry, of additional resource. So we can target that, and we are targeting that around that removal, because 104 patients waiting above 104 weeks across all stages, that is the absolute focus for Welsh Government. So to take that down to 5,000, circa 24,000 across all Wales, and we're 10,000 of those, circa 11,000, nearly 11,000. So significant reduction will be planned. We've got additional resource to do so. The contracts are lined up to deliver. Clearly, it is a winter period. There are risks to delivery of all of that. But if all of that comes to fruition, of course, we'll be in a much better place by the time we hit 31st of March. And just on the diagnostics, the delay in endoscopy has caused us some difficulty in terms of keeping that number down. That's been going now. We should see that take traction and bring those numbers significantly down. And to the credit of Welsh Government, they've managed to allocate a further £1.2 million to support diagnostic rates. And it's probably timely because, as Steve alludes to, I've spent a lot of time with our operational colleagues, both centrally and within our IHCs. So, and every week we have a beat and a drum, and I have to offer my thanks to them. They have engaged with us to move forwards how we tackle. We've still got the big challenge, and I think the big sustainable challenge for us to get over is once we start reporting those treating turns, once we start seeing that utilisation figures, theatre capacity, that's when we're starting to see our substantive solution. So whilst we're filling the void, that's not the solution going forwards. We absolutely have to get those demand capacity, and that money is recurrent, so we can invest that into the services then, and that's our substantive solution. But we do have an in-year plan to get that significantly down.
Yeah, I mean, there is a huge opportunity for the health board in terms of getting it right first time utilisation and then ultimately effectiveness. We don't need commission as much as we do, and also we don't need to spend as much as we do on the services that we provide. But it is getting into that quickly as well, to shorten wait times. The other thing, finally, if I may, Chair, is that the report as it currently stands is quite acute focused, with a little bit of mental health in there. The future reports from next month will start to bring through community data, commissioning data, because we spend 280 million out of county, so we'll start bringing some of that through, and also primary care.
Great, that's really useful, and I think the previous comment you made was a good reflection of the situation, and I think you know, you probably now, Steve, 6 weeks into post, have quite an understanding of what we are facing in terms of performance, and we do take assurance from that, actually, that you've got that understanding. And I think also some of your comments speak to the fact that much of this is to do with the way systems work or don't work. We just look at the complaint. Something I was mentioning to Carol is, you know, the great work that's happened there. So what has happened? How did that happen? What did we do? I know complaints are different to other areas of the service, but in terms of the way systems work, in terms of the way we use data and so on, there's something to learn from that, I think. So we're looking forward to this work developing, and thanks very much for everything you're doing. I know Carol wants to come in, and Gareth to Vaughan, t-shirt did gair gynta, Vaughan a wedyn Teresa.
Just dau beth i gwir, o'n i eisiau tynnu sylw i'r bwrdd.
Two things. I wanted to draw attention. There was a report last week in from CW and Eston about CAMS, and there is data in CAMS here, and it's so important. We need that report to the board. It was about 4 specific local authorities, but you could change the names of those local authorities, and it would be the same picture here as well, across Britain, really. Is it possible for you to send those details? A comment I have. As the head of Children's Services, I couldn't let this go about neurodevelopment. That data, it's awful. As it happens, there is a 2-day event by Harrison, is it? And the Betsy staff are there, the local authority there. So for me, the plea is that we don't see this as data for Betsy. Local authorities want to be a part of the solution, because these are children who can't attend school. They have antisocial difficulties on the streets because they don't have the support. So for me, it would be great to have the support of the board to resolve these issues together. But it's very difficult. It's a different approach of working, and we need to sort this out together rather than we need to resolve this and get to the root of things quickly. And if there is a resource available, there are resources to specific areas that have made a difference, and if there is a temporary resource, I don't think this needs a lot to get to a better place. Thank you for that guidance, Vaughan. I was also going to talk about neurodevelopment. I went on behalf of Carol today, and they're still at it today, discussing this and discussing what to do differently in the future. But the Betsy group were there and the partners across North Wales, and it was positive. So I'm pleased that you've talked about that. I wanted to also give you an update on Stephen's note about mental health. We've seen a few of the figures for October that hasn't been validated yet, but there is progress, although the demand for referrals and help has increased again. So the need is there, and we haven't hit the new year yet when it'll be busier normally in mental health, but there is progress. So I just wanted to give you that feedback. Thank you. And that is reflected across. So whilst we're responding to what we have and what we're facing, trying to more and more people try and get access as we are trying to resolve the problem. That's what we're facing.
Yeah, just a few things. I mean, first of all, it's great to have Steve here. You know, the report, I think it needs more work, but it has come a long way. Yeah. One of the things I think we talked about in the informal board yesterday was the importance of putting stuff in context. I think it's really important, for example, that we do use the comparisons with Wales. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm so upset at the continuation of our poor performances, because it's not just in absolute terms or missing the targets, it's also, you know, everywhere is struggling, but many things, with the honourable exception actually some of the prevention stuff, incidentally, that we are right down at the bottom of the heap. But also the point that I think was raised yesterday about looking at what we've said in terms of trajectories and where we are. That's really, really important. I was going to ask the big question, but I think I'll leave it as a rhetorical question at the moment because of time. So what is our, to use your phrase, delivery confidence over our major programmes on primary care and UEC in the context of that? Because I think that, I think it's difficult to be really optimistic, given the scale of the problems we've got. I know Russ has sort of picked this up, but I wanted to say that, I am really keen that we've obviously got to use all the tools that are available to us to sort out the very big short-term problem of the extreme weights. But we've got to make sure that we don't do it in a way that culturally gives the message, if you wait long enough, somebody will come over along and sort it out. That's a really difficult balancing act, but I think we also need to be clear to the Welsh Government about that. There may be certain things we could do, but if we do them, they're so counterproductive that we actually ought to hold back on them. And that's one of the reasons why I think all the data on theatre utilisation is so valuable, because it does show how far off we are from operating efficiently. And so I know people know that around this table, and I think that's a big progress in the last year, that we're really now focused on that. But if there was one thing I really want us to focus on now over the next few months, is about that productivity and how, obviously I care about outcomes, but just in terms of throughput, how can we make sure that we are using the resources and both the physical assets and the money that are invested and the people to actually get through the volume of work that we expect. Just very finally, because the chair asked me to do this, I think it wasn't entirely clear on this question about the cash. So this is going back to the previous item on finance, that the cash we were going to request. Russell made a proposal, which is that we basically stick with what the Welsh Government would expect and run the risk that may leave us somewhat short, but in a way we think we could manage. I supported that. Nobody spoke against it. No. So I am therefore assuming that the board is happy, but just to be absolutely clear on that.
Chris. Thanks, Chair. Always hesitant to say things that are just plain critical with no real underlying niceness or anything like that.
You'll get used to it.
Sometimes it's just, and I think I just say this so it's noted more than anything, it's just how poor of a position we're in. And I think even when we compare to where we've been previously, I've got in front of me July's integrated performance report from July board. And I say this for two points. The first one being, we make sure that all the data is the same. So because for example, in the July one, there's no theatre utilisation. And in this one, as Gareth said, it's very helpful. One wonders whether or not actually the second figure of running short would actually be greater if people started on time. But that's perhaps a point for the ether. But in terms of long waiters, I just look at most of them are deteriorating trends. We've got circa 8,000 up on July report for 52 weeks for referral. You might well get an appointment within 100 and something weeks, but then you're going to wait the same amount of time anyway, if not longer, to be seen again. It's nonsense, and I appreciate put it in context, but as Gareth said, we are at the absolute bottom of the heap. So I know there's not an answer that you can give now, but I suppose that there comes a point where we go from saying, well, we're very good at recognising it's terrible, but why should we expect the population research to be anything but indignant at the fact that we're telling them all the time it's terrible, but it's not actually getting better and objectively, it's getting worse. Sorry.
No, you're right. So at the moment, we have to concentrate on the extreme long waiters because they waited so long and we can't be assured of their safetiness on that waiting list. So they're on there, we need to bring that down. But equally, at the other end, we've got an increasing number of patients coming onto the waiting list. So that we've got a front queue problem as well. And you're right, the number of over 50-week patients is going up, and it will continue to go up. So this is a bit of a long-term project before we stabilise the whole of the waiting list, because we've got to get the whole thing back down to 36 weeks or under. And so it'll take a number of years. We've got to treat the extreme non-waiters and the urgent patients that are suspecting cancer. And then gradually, once we've done the extreme non-waiters and ensuring that we're treating in turn, we've got to push the whole of the waiting list back down to looking and feeling much more normal. It's unacceptable. I completely agree with you.
So sorry to bite the cherry twice, Chair, but very much on that point, just to back. So I hear what you're saying. I think the approach is right, but just when one looks at what we've got. So, for example, I'm looking now. So 156 waiters, all stages.
Yeah.
1807. We're now at 1491. So a decrease of circa 400 over several months. They're some of our longest waiters. Whereas you look at 104, we were previously at 9863. We're now at 10329. I appreciate that people are going to be adding to the list.
Yeah.
I appreciate that time's going on, and it's not always going to be a downward trend. I know there will be fluctuations, and perhaps it is too granular to be looking at it in that level. But the difficulty is you've got members of the public that are looking at this and saying, well, you're saying it's getting better and we're doing all these things for the ultra long waiters. When you look at it, actually, you've improved by circa 400 people in several months. When you're putting all of this extra resource into this, can you see how that almost becomes unpalatable? And I'm not saying that because I'm directing that necessarily at you or indeed any other colleagues, but it's very difficult, I think, for the public at large to see that and go, yeah, you're doing all right, or actually you're doing what we expect. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated situation, and say it's going to take a while to get out of it. I mean, but there's no doubt our extreme non-waiters are coming down. You know, that they just are in terms of absolute numbers over 156 weeks and 208. As I said, that the total waiting list size is increasing though, and we need to find ways through service planning, demand capacity planning, efficiency and effectiveness, and that's use of resources at all levels in these specialties to get the waiting times down. And it is an enormous challenge, and the health board is in the situation that it's in, and it's going to take a time to fix. But I think there's enough data. We know what the issues are. We have a data shortage. It's around workforce, the imbalance, the complete imbalance in some specialties of demand versus capacity, and how we get through that. And we will get through it. It's just when.
Right. I'll bring Carol in to make some points that will hopefully give us some optimism, which we desperately need, I think.
Yeah. Not all patients wait this long. So that is really important to say. And if you are an urgent suspected cancer, in most of the specialties, you will be seen really quickly.
Yeah.
So that is, I hope, reassuring to anyone who is listening to this conversation. We know not all of those patients wait that long because we're not treating in turn, which means some people will be seen much sooner than others. And in a way, that is an uncomfortable inequity. Because if I happen to be on, Dr. So-and-so's list, I may be seen sooner with the same condition that if I'm on Dr. Y's list. And we've got to sort that out. That used to be, in the old days, a much shorter wait time. But particularly as a result of the pandemic and the backlog, that's become more and more of an issue. So we've got these very long waiting patients, and we do need to sort that. You're absolutely right, Chris and others, about the size and the entirety of the waiting list, and we must change, because what's keeps on keep me awake at night is the number on the list at the early stage that are coming through, because we cannot run faster and faster and faster. We've got to do something very different to this. The good news is we have got colleagues with ideas, we've got standards, we've got girth, we have got the intelligence and largely the knowledge. What we'll need to do is to be quite systematic in deploying the actions that we take, and there is so much to do. A couple of things I wanted to just draw on. I'll just finish the plan care and then a quick comment on the wider. So we've got three categories of things, I think. I think we've got, in some ways, we've got simple backlog. We've simply got a hump because of the pandemic that we haven't yet resolved. For some specialties, we've got an efficiency and a standards issue, so GIRFT. Actually, we're just not seeing enough patients, or we're seeing the wrong patients in the wrong place and the order and all of that. And then for some services, we'll actually have either a service reconfiguration issue or an investment issue. That it's efficient, but you know we're going to have to discern what those are across all of our specialties. And I hope that we'll increasingly use value-based healthcare approaches. So we need a good old look at this as a board in January, I think, because we need that sort of step change. When Steve brings forward that report that he was talking about, we may actually get more visibility of all of other problems that we haven't had visibility on. And in a way, that would be a good thing, because we're not, you know, performing to what we want to across a range of things. So we'll get those out. So it's great that we're having this type of discussion, Chair. And the sort of relentless now push about trajectories and where we are and where we're heading to will be really helpful for assurance purposes.
Anybody else? Chris, did you want to say anything?
Only really briefly. So I know it touches on similar points in a sense. So clearly, as we've already alluded to, our utilisation and our treating turn are on massive force to get that right. In terms of the actual trajectories, just to give some reassurance, they were a worsening trajectory, and now they're stabilised and slight improvement. But remember, that's with an overlay of we're doing significant insourcing and outsourcing contracts, and that has taken time to mobilise. So the impact of those are not being seen, but once they start, that will significantly help in terms of that extreme weights as well as the 104 position. It's only with those that we shift that curve down to 5,000. Because of all the work that we're doing. And just picking up on one of Gareth's points, really, just in terms of how do we change the culture. So if we use premium working for waiting list initiatives, we now sign those off based on using metrics such as GIRF to evidence that is going to be a productive session. So people can't do a waiting list initiative unless we sign it off as this is what we would expect to see under a GIRF or the national benchmark model. So we're driving that changing in focus. It's not where we want to be, and there's an awful lot of work to do on treating turning utilisation, as you suggest. But there is a stabilisation position, a slight improvement in many areas from where the graphs were heading. And once that insourcing outsourcing kicks off, I think we'll see a dramatically improved position as we get to the February period.
Right. Diolch yn iawn. Gyda hynny, nawn ni fod y drafodaeth I ben.
With that, we'll bring the discussion to an end. Apologies, I almost forgot. Billy?
The report also refers to the new cultural dashboard being developed. With the new All Wales flexible working policy bringing cultural change, can I ask that flexible working request data is collected? The other thing I just wanted to ask as well is that, you know, looking at the sickness absence rates, trade union reps are influential in helping to bring people back to work earlier and preventing things from escalating in the workplace. So can I just seek reassurance from the board that continued release and associated funding for reps will continue to allow them to do the work?
Charles, you want to respond, please?
Yeah, so I totally agree, Billy, with needing the flexible working data, you know, to be able to measure our progress in the non-pay elements of the pay deal. And I know that it's been incorporated in part of the training package that's going to be rolled out to managers in terms of how to do that. So absolutely. The second point, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing changing in that. You know, we absolutely would endorse having trade union colleagues released to support that work. It's really important.
Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Gyda hynny, i ddod a drafodaeth yna I ben gan ddiolch yn
So
iawn.
bring that item to an end then. Lots of important work to be achieved, and we want to make sure that all of our companies monitor those.
Edrych ymlaen at weld hynny digwydd yn y misoedd nesaf.
We look forward.
Pam hapus I dderbyn y droddiad, os gwelwch yn dda.
Everyone
awn ni
happy?
ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf, sef y droddiad llywodraethu corfforaethol. Ga I nodi, dyn ni dros hanner awr.
Can I just say that we're half an hour behind?
Eitem 29.
So item 29. I'll turn to Pam.
Take the report as read. There's just a couple of important things I'd like to draw to the board's attention. Just, I suppose, for assurance, we've been working with yourself and the chairs of the committees to finalise board dates for the next 24 months. I know that seems a little way ahead, but I think it's just important to follow the same cycle, and at least we've got it into a rhythm. So we're almost there on that. So I think we will share those dates in the next week. So let's follow a similar cycle in the main part, so in the board meetings. You've got there's some approvals that the board is asked to make in this paper. But I wanted to draw particular attention to section 9 of my report, which is the standing orders. So at the last audit committee, the audit committee considered some interim changes to the standing orders, which is the result of changes to my portfolio to make sure the delegations are right. So those are recommendations obviously covered in Karen's report, so I invite the board to approve them. I think it's just important to note we recognise there's some other work we need to do in reviewing the scheme of delegation and the standing orders, and myself and Russ will lead that work over the next 2 months. We just really wanted to draw that to the board's attention. The other element, which is an important change to the standing orders, is that the Welsh Government have confirmed that they've made what's called a revocation order. Sounds very complicated, but it's essentially reversing the intervention order that they made when the health board was put into special measures. So obviously we'll need to amend the standing orders to make that change, but I just think it's an important for the board to note the confidence from Welsh Government in terms of what I would say we're working in terms of normal governance, and I think that's a real important position for the board to note, and hopefully over the last couple of months and going forward you've started to see some changes in terms of the way in which we've focused the board meetings, committee papers and some of the documentations to support. The other element I just wanted to draw some minor changes. If the board remember, we in terms of Maggie's, I've drew some. Doesn't require any changes to the affixing of the seal, but I think it's important just to note those two changes in terms of the variation. So other than that, just draw the board to the recommendations. David, and as you know, trying to take some of the weight out of the board papers and putting information in the supporting pack. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Am hynny pan, unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw? Gareth.
I just wanted to say that I think the report is really good the way it's pulled together. I think that I just thought as a point of levity, really. I thought, well, what were these orders then that they made? And then I realised that at least one of them is entirely about the absence of a vice chair, which is so. I think I'm pleased that we don't have to have that anymore.
There's that, and the other bit is, which I'm sure is about the timeliness of papers. So we've had slightly longer issue our papers, but we've been trying our best, certainly over the last couple of months, to achieve the same timescale as the health board. So, so I think it's an important sign.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, mae yna restr argymellion yna yn does ni.
There is a list of recommendations. Is everyone happy to agree with those recommendations?
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Eitem nesa, felly
Next item. Item 30 is the risk register.
Diolch, Chair. I'll also take this report as read. The committees will have had oversight in terms of risks, certainly since the last board meeting, and had the opportunity to review those in detail. In the spirit of, again, reducing some of the weight, we've got a link into the corporate risk register as well. Hopefully that's helpful for the board, but you've got the summary dashboard in here. So I wanted to give a bit of a sense of a lot of the progress that has been made in terms of risk management across the organisation in the last 12, 15 months. We're also giving an update of where we are in the risk limited assurance report. Risk obviously is a responsibility of the board, so it's important the full board has oversight, although it's being monitored through the audit committee. I think just recall, if you remember, we were talking about what was our risk tolerance and risk appetite for certain risks. So how the committees have been working is really focusing on those risks that are above the tolerance and seeking assurances. We are starting to see some small changes in reducing risks, and I wanted to draw those to the attention of the board, but also recognising there's still lots more to do. And I think we've heard today some of the gaps that we've had in some of the executive team, which will have delayed some of the progress in terms of splitting some of the areas of clinical concern which we agreed previously. But we have some progress on that, and obviously with Imran in place as well, we've been able to get more updated updates. So I draw the board's attention to the changes in risks monitored through the committee. Happy to take any specific questions. I'm sure the lead execs, if there's any questions on specific risks, they will be able to answer for their areas.
Great, diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn gen unrhyw un ynglyn â gofrestr risg? One.
Can I just ask about the safeguarding one? It's not reported as a corporate one. I'm just seeking clarification why.
So the safeguarding risk, Pam, if you've got some information on that.
Angela will be able to answer that one.
Great.
Angela will.
Thank
you. So we identified the actions that we were taking around the risk and looked at the structure of the safeguarding team and the areas they were dealing with, and we identified although it's still a risk, it's going to be managed from an operational level and then will be escalated up to the corporate level should we need it to. It's still a 12, so it will be monitored and it will be escalated as needed, but we have got a significant team around safeguarding across the organisation. We have got processes, procedures, and we've had assessments undertaken from a national level that suggests that we have got that management. It will be an ongoing, it's my responsibility, it will be an ongoing review to make sure that if it does then identify that we've got more risk coming through, then we'll escalate it back up to a corporate oversight, but at the moment it'll be operationally overseen by me and my team.
Thank you for that. Iawn, diolch yn fawr i'r mater yna. Unrhyw un arall? Os nad oes, allwn ni dderbyn y adroddiad a nodi'r newidiadau.
Can we note the content and the amendments and note the work that has taken place since we received the report in July? Thank you very much, and thank you for the work. On to item 31. And the chair's reports on the groups.
dwi isio just nodi
I just want to note one thing at the end also, but I'll ask any one of the chairs if anybody wants to highlight anything. Anyone wanting to say anything specific? If not, can I ask that we confirm the appointments that we've made? The committee who are meeting regularly at the moment approve appointments, but it is the board who approve at the end of the day. So we confirm Tamina, who comes as a new operational officer, Stuart Keane, Environment and Estate, Imran, who's already here as a temporary or interim officer who's been with us for some time now, and Teresa, Health. Everyone happy to approve those officially?
It feels like it's a bit at the wedding where somebody puts their hand up, you know. But it's just to say, you might wonder why these have come through now. There is something in some of the rules somewhere that says you really should bring them back through the board. It's not a consistent practice across Wales, but we've done that to follow the proper, the letter of the regulational guidance.
No, absolutely, and there's no danger in overstating this type of thing, in having too much sight on this type of thing. It's, you know, despite the fact that remuneration committee and minutes and so on, but actually it's a good thing to have it part of the board minutes, I think.
I was just going to clarify if I may, David. So we had an internal audit report which highlighted there were some historic appointments. I think just to be clear, it's the remuneration committee's role in terms of the appointment of appointments. But in relation to the board member, if you like, role, it's a matter for the board, and that's so we're just in a bit of catch up. I'll bring them all through after they've had the remuneration committee, so and hopefully we can include that audit recommendation as well at state.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus efo hynny, hefyd yn cadarnhau cylchgorchwyl pwyllgor.
Everyone happy and to confirm the terms of reference of the Charities Committee as well?
Cylchgorchwyl diwgedig. Iawn, pawb yn hapus ardderchog, diolch yn iawn I chi. A gawn ni ddiolch eto i'r pwyllgor amrywiol.
We also thanked the various committees for their work.
Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa 32.
To the next item, item 32, any other business? I haven't received any other business.
Ac yna eitem nesa sy'n rhoi cyfle, eitem 34, I ni adlewyrchu ar y cyfarfod ac effaith lonrwydd y cyfarfod ac
we'll have a reflection of how
canolbwyntio arno fo bob tro sy'n gallen ni barhau I wella. Dyn ni mewn stafell chydig bach mor wahanol heddiw.
The room is slightly different today, which hasn't been kind to us as far as acoustics and translation. I know that. I'm very grateful for the efforts with the translation. I know that it's either cold or very hot here as well. You can't change the room today. Well, how about the meeting itself? Does anybody else want to add anything? I think we've spent some time on the important issues. I'm very keen to do so. Anyone else with any comments? As members, it's been very effective. I'm very happy. It's been very useful that we now have Steve and Imran in the meeting as well. Relieve some pressure from the others who've been contributing a lot previously.
Steve, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Thank you.
Since it's your first meeting, you've got some fresh eyes and experience elsewhere. Just, I think, how could we improve? What could we do better? And don't be afraid of stating it as it is.
Okay. No, I mean, the refreshing thing, the NHS is complicated. Some of Betsy's challenges are really complicated, but there's a general understanding of the issues. So, you know, there was at no point did we feel uncomfortable in terms of a lack of understanding of the issues. Obviously, some challenge around how we're going to improve. But it came across as a unified board and unified understanding, which is, you know, great to see that in action. Particularly, I had looked at some of the meetings, say, about a year ago, and it's chalk and cheese in terms of how the health board has moved on. So it was good meeting from I thought. Absolutely.
Okay. Diolch yn iawn. Rywun eisiau dweud rhywbeth? No.
Can I just add that the air conditioning has been painful, but as a room, I think it's been useful. And I think the public are closer to us, so it's more appropriate. It's something to consider, certainly. We'll have more around the table in due course. Just for information, Chair, I did ask. I phoned Venue Cymru when we were in the bigger room, and we had the same difficulties with the air conditioning then, and they said that they would give details about how to operate. Maybe just to remind them that we need instructions for this room as well. Thank you. Some of the officers have been going backwards and forwards to keep it under control, and I'm very grateful for that. But okay, thank you for everyone, to everyone for their contributions. It's been an important meeting again. Can I thank you and emphasise the work?
Diane and arbennig.
Lots of important work.
Nifer o rai eraill wrth i'w Ceri di bod yma heddiw yn ogystal â Philippa, felly diolch galon. Gai ddiolch hefyd am y sawl sydd yn cyfieithu Bethan.
And I thank those who've been translating, Bethan and Lowry, and thank you for joining us today, if you've joined us either virtually or in the room. Please remember that you can get in touch at any point as a board if you need to discuss any issue. Happy to do so. Thank you very much for your contributions throughout the day. I'm now proposing, noting that the next meeting will be on the 30th of January 2025. 30th of January 2025 here at Venue Cymru once more, and I propose that we exclude the press and the public from the rest of the meeting, given the confidential nature of the matters that remain, and it would be contrary to the Public Interest Act of 1960. Is everyone happy for us to do so? Thank you very much. That's the end of the meeting. Thank you to the team